Start with a big stretch. That's how you do it.
Protective shield! Protective shield! Protective shield!
Okay. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what's happening in Darkwood. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know what's up next. I am scared. I am frightened. And I am without purpose. Hello, 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 hello. You are aware you cannot take... That was so loud. Wow. You realize that you can't kill Maddie, right? Hi, scared, I'm dad. Why are you at so low? Headphones? You lied to me. Okay, well, I guess I'm raw dogging this. I don't got headphones. Dang. Cringe. She arrowed my right till I absolute goober. Okay, wait. Who is the absolute goober in the circumstance? Is it you? Is it me? Because, like, obviously she arrow on my rights till I is, like, a format. But, like, who is the absolute goober? Why is absolute goobery being brought into here? I'm not a goober. I'm certainly absolute. I'm the goober? This is why wired headphones are goated. I have wired headphones that when I plug into my Go XLR, they screw with my audio output. And I keep meaning to fix that. And then I keep not fixing it because I keep being busy. It's so silly. So we have 2 minutes of ads, and then I'm gonna hop in. I should probably open Darkwood, because my plan is to chat for a bit first, yap for a bit. But how you doing? Goober, I hardly even know her. Does anyone want to talk distortions real quick? So I just spent like all of Wednesday's stream going over distortions, going over the cane supplement that I've been working on, and it's basically done. I can run you through it. I already have to leave, so bye-bye. Bye-bye. Okay. Let me demonstrate my homebrew skills, which I must admit, I don't think are anything special. And I must say, I don't know how Pog, how Cash Money these are. I may have to alter the arrangement that we find ourselves in. Is it... Hello? There we are. Now we come over here. And it's not the proper toggle setup because I'm silly. So that's Darkwood. Ignore Darkwood. Cool. Why is this so little? What? Wait, is this... Oh no! This has the filters from the cave. Huh? Hello? Wait. I just saw a message fly across the screen. What the hecky? Okay, so we have the power of technology. Someone like start talking in chat. I set it up so that you should be able to simply like send your messages flying across the screen, much like thoughts flying around my brain, unless I set it up wrong. I actually don't know how this works. We can fly? I don't know. Yeah, apparently you can fly, but only here. I set it up that your messages can like fly around me, and I thought it just didn't work, but apparently it's only tied to Twitch chat. It's not actually tied to YouTube chat. So like, I can just sit here and I can like rant at you. I can simply be the absolute goober that you want me to be, and I can just be like, hey, look at this thing I made. Look at these distortions. Aren't they so cool? Aren't they so like absolute pogging? Let me increase the opacity because this is already a black background, so it doesn't need to be that low. Let me increase it a bit more because it's kind of hard to see right now. Is this even increasing? I feel like this isn't increasing. Okay, so behind me are distortions, which for Kane, hi, wee! Hey Cinnabar, hey Golden. Oh shoot, made it to an arrow stream? Yeah, I'm so sorry for you. Yeah, so I just want to see, okay, I think you might get stopped by the bot, but if you can just like spam out some messages real quick, I just want to see how many we can fill up the screen with. So if you don't know, TTRPG designer, crazy, I know. I have in the past, like since 2026 started, I have like released like 3 TTRPG things, and I plan on releasing more. I have a problem. Na 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 na. B-man. Please more TTRPG. So behind me, it's behind me, isn't it? Ah! Sorry, I got scared. So right behind, how do I make myself tiny? I'm so tall. Whoa, I can do this. Okay, so behind me is a cane supplement I have made. And I didn't expect it. Again, like they always take much longer than I expected. Arrow can turn around, yeah. So our jingly keys are gone. I'm sorry, do you want the fire or do you want the keys? We only have enough money for one of them in the budget, so money or like fire or keys? I need an answer, by the way. So, cane distortions. This is a, you want the keys in the fire? I could do the keys in the fire. Please hold. I do. Like, and then I can just add filter so that it's slightly see-through. How do we feel about this? Is this sufficient? Does the jangling fire keys bring you joy? How else shall we create fire other than jangling our keys together and having them like clack for sparks? We cooking some keys for dinner? We making keys for dinner? Okay, distortions. In Kane, the TTRPG, you are an exorcist. You have psychic powers, and you can go around fighting sins, representations of trauma that people have. So it is canon in Kane that in like the world, sins are becoming more common, and I wonder why that is. I wonder if that has anything to do with the real world right now. I wouldn't put money on it though. So anyway, over here we have, I suppose this is like the guest artwork, if anything. This is by Alza, one of our community members, who this is actually a actual sin from the game I'm running for my friend that I got fan art drawn of because people thought it was cool. So this is like an actual canon to my world sin imago. You've never seen the back of your head? Well, so in fairness, like I don't turn around too often because obviously I want to look at you when I'm talking to you. I don't want to be disrespectful. But I have the capability. I can even do this. Like, why would I do that? I don't know. Like, is this preferable? Do you prefer me upside down? Like, I don't know what the value of this is, but like, my hair defies gravity like this. It's crazy. Apparently someone cast a gravity spell on me. Dangling from the ceiling like a bat. No, not arrow pants. How dare you? How dare you assume arrow pants? It is arrow shorts. As always. An arrow thighs. An arrow gloves. An arrow arms. Bat arrow. Wait, we had someone going, no, 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 bat arrow. Arrow jorts. Arrow right side up. But arrow, wait. No, you have to do arrow right, like writing something right side up. Hey, Moss, thank you for the follow. Can I microwave rotate? I don't think this is very entertaining. Oh gosh, I get so embarrassed whenever I squeak. Newest way of cooking your brain. I feel like the newest way of cooking my brain is when I realized I had the power to turn around. Because like, I don't know if any of you were here for yesterday's stream over on YouTube. Over on YouTube, I was doing a productivity stream that was supposed to be 2 hours, and then I ended up going 3.5 hours, and I didn't do a single bit of productivity. Because I'm silly. Dang, put cheese on my arrow before warming them up. I feel as though I'm so hot that I could melt cheese on me. An alleged productivity stream. Man, I can't believe my goat is washed. They had a productivity stream. No, it's a good squeak. Oh my gosh. Arrow straight out of the microwave. I mean, I guess I'm hot now. Like, I never thought I'd see the day. Arrow with cheese on me is just the cats with... No, I'm not Neko. I am not Neko Boy Blue. Do not throw cheese at me. How dare you? No, it is crazy. Like, I don't know who it was. I literally don't remember this. I just saw a video like earlier today where someone made the point that... Oh no! It was watching. I was watching one of the Hollow Stars last night as I was editing, as I was about to pass out because it was like 2 a.m. for me. And he was talking about how, like, you like in order to like make progress for yourself, you have to like start now, and then in 5 years from now, you will look at yourself and be like, "Wow, I'm hot." And yeah, like I kind of am at that point where I've been like going out on walks and jogs and runs for like since COVID started. I've done weights consistently for about the same amount of time. And I can look at myself in the mirror and just be like, wow, who are they? Arrow's cooking arrow. Arrow is cooking arrow. Craft single attack you can't. Oh yeah? Dodge. Dodge. Well, okay, confidence. I like it. Leans, you've literally met me. Do I strike you as a very confident person? Genuine question. Because I don't know. You are very much a demure and like mindful individual to interact with. That's real as heck right there. See, AE gets it. AE gets it.
Yummers.
Oh shoot, wait, Kane's... All right, Kane, I forgot. Anyway, so... So this is artwork that one of our community members made.
Yummers.
And I think it's neat. I think it's cool. Don't mind the fact that I'm like blocking half of it.
Yummers.
Well, so I don't even think it's an HRT thing. I think it's literally just like a how you take care of yourself thing. Because if you take care of yourself in a way that is reasonable, if you take care of yourself in a way that is like making yourself more fit. Yeah, so Beelzebub, we're not purging right now, so don't purge the week. However, if we have a raid alarm, you will know because I added in a raid alarm. Straight up, I start building self-confidence by like dressing punk and caring for yourself. I think you're hot now. Exactly. So what it is that it's like how you present yourself, how you take care of yourself. Like I am someone who, like, for me, that's often working out. That is exercise. That is keeping in shape is very important to me. And I never thought it would be. And like, it's not a vanity thing. It's not like I only have value if I look good. It is literally just a confidence builder. Like I want to maintain good habits for the next like decades. And I feel that if I'm a 10-minute walk, a 5-minute jog daily, sometimes like a 15, 20, 30, but like ultimately like just like a 10-pound weight routine and like a 10-minute jog, that's enough. That's enough that if I do that like once a day, every day, and like, I don't know, 3 or 4 times a month, I miss it. That's going to keep me healthy enough that I'm not going to have serious issues from leading a sedentary lifestyle. Now, obviously, I'm not going to join the Olympics from that, but I'm not trying to, right? Why are we getting hit with a truth nuke? This cave does something to me. I think it might have to do with some dude named Plato and his Republic, but I'm not sure. So anyway, let me shift over a bit. Okay. So, cane distortions. You just knew how to keep me yapping. I hope that that's a good thing, Leans. So, you've been cooking in your garden lately, and you never thought you had a green thumb. Okay, so I consistently cannot take care of plants. I don't know what it is. I'm never good at it. I never managed it, but I have always been interested. I want to get to the point where probably not like obviously not self-sustaining, but like bok choy, maybe some berries, herbs in particular, and just like set up a little like patio garden that literally all it does is just like, I don't have to worry about like herbs, garnish, and then I have a little bit of replenishable like greens, because those are really easy. Fruit tends to be more difficult. Full vegetables tend to be more like targeted. But like just like leafy greens and herbs should be super easy. And then suddenly, if you have bok choy, you can trim it. And weekly, you just get a little bit of bok choy. If you have like garlic you're growing, suddenly you're not buying garlic. And I don't know about you, but I am in a household right now that is very garlic heavy because we hate vampires. And then like herbs. You don't have to buy herbs. And obviously like herbs, green onion, scallions, like even onions or potatoes or like roots tend to be pretty cheap. But it is very much like it's nice to just have the option to do it yourself. Yeah, berries are really sensitive. And like so I'm in California now, right? You can grow anything here. But like I came from the Northeast, and in particular like the New York area. And in that area, dude, berries, strawberries, blueberries, cranberries, blackberries, like even like raspberries, like berries in the southern Northeast, like the tri-state area. Holy heck. So, a fellow New Yorker. I didn't say I was a New Yorker. I said I'm from the New York area. Wait, I left for 5 minutes. Why are we talking about scallions? I think we're actually talking about cane, right? We're talking about cane. Yeah, sure. So, distortions. In cane, I will control the entire tri-state area. Distortions in cane are when you are an exorcist. If you go on a mission, there might be a mini boss, which is like your Persona 4 shadow. It is a dark reflection of yourself. And what I did is that on stream, I went through and I worked with chat. I worked with the Arrow Kissers in order to make this mechanic. I made the supplement with them, which is why in the credits, layout and game design by Arrow Rights, based on the Kane TTRPG by Tom Bloom. But this supplement was mostly, get out of the way, you. This supplement was mostly designed live on stream, taking active suggestion from the Arrow Kissers. I cannot take full credit for this work. This is our joint project. So even if you did not contribute whatsoever, you can say that you worked on a TTRPG because you're part of the Arrow Kissers. I'm so sorry that is how you choose to identify. But like, hey, in this economy, put it on your resume. Like, what are they gonna do? You saw that VOD? Loved every second of it. Never change your squeaker. Shut up. I get so embarrassed. You've been dreaming of having a garden someday for years. Hey, have you considered not being in Florida? No, I know your thoughts on that. But I do feel like, how is the Florida soil? You would have to like get store-bought soil, right? So I want to make a cane game that gives me even more inspiration. Do we get a certificate? Why it's cute? It's not cute. Do we get a certificate? Please hold. For the arrow kissers. 6 for the memories. XOXO arrow. Smile. This is your certificate. Do you like it? And if you want, you can screenshot it, but you have, like, I'm keeping it transparent. I'm keeping like the fire and the keys, and you have to include me in it as like my signatory. That is my signature, is my likeness, and like the cane stuff in the background. This is please hold as the wild arrow boots up MS Paint. That's what I do. That's what I do here. Can I make messages fly a little slower? I don't know. I don't know how. I got a plugin, and I don't know how to use it. I'm not gonna lie. Live chat. Live chat. Full Metal Alchemist. Full Metal Alchemist. Oh, got it. Wait. Okay. They changed it. Full Metal Alchemist. Full Metal Alchemist. So now, I think if I slow it down significantly enough, I can make it so that if you spam, we can just cover the screen. Oh, I also did a thing. Oh, I forgot that I added in like MS Paint for you. I recently heard someone refer to a new kind of twink as a Full Metal Alchemist twink. What? So he's like traumatized, depressed, and also has a prosthetic? I mean, like, I'm glad for the disability representation, but I feel like a lot of twinks are sad and depressed. Ah, you fools. So I can change the duration. What's the maximum I can change it? I can make the max duration like 10 million seconds. Maybe I shouldn't do that. Maybe I'm gonna do between 5 seconds and 15 seconds. That's all you get. What would be really funny is if I could make it so that the more money you spend, the slower it goes. And so I could make it that if you don't spend any money, it just goes across in 1 second. But if you spend like $1, it stays on for like 10 seconds. And if you spend $5, it stays on for 50 seconds. Generational messages. Listen, I am a generational streamer explicitly for the generation of TTRPG people who like between the people who are getting into variety TTRPGs in the 2020s post-pandemic. You are my people. I suppose, I guess. Look at me swim. I was just pretending I'm a lord. Meanwhile, I'm a Vector. Okay. Cringe detected. Vector, cringe. Do I like the fact that Vector users have a freaking, what was it? XYZ rule? The anyone in engineering and like knows physics, like I forget the name of the rule, but you know what I'm talking about. The fact that they're holding the arrows like that in their art, pretty pog. I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty pogging of them. However, Vector's cringe. I can push stuff too. Like, I don't need blasphemies in order to push someone really hard. Arrow, why are you right side up? I'm Australian. I'm cosplaying. G'day, mate. I'm pretending to be Bay from HoloLive. Yo, that's me. Then it's cool, cringe. You can't be cool, cringe. Okay, so blasphemies. We are so distracted. This cave does something to me. Like, this cave derails me so instantly. I think it's the stimulation. I think it's the fact that I hear fire noises, and I also am upside down, and the blood is rushing to my head, and therefore, like, the voices around me, the voices, like, I see the message. Wait a second. Wait a second. I just thought of something. I made you upside down too. So I guess, like, this is Australian roleplay now. I want to hear all the Joeys in chat, I guess. Smother's most cool because of the affliction. I do like Smother. Also, am I currently lagging right now? Oh, careful. Okay, everyone. Don't ignore the fact I'm upside down. We need to defend ourselves. Everyone knows this is what we do here. Like, we are being raided. I need you to open fire. Defend yourselves. Defend your streamer. Defend your stream and take out Vaporwave Axolotl. Thank you so much for the raid. I'm so sorry that you made the mistake of raiding me. Now keep going. I want you to keep going until the counter goes away. Keep firing until the counter goes away, and then I want you to hold. Okay, hold. Hold fire. Hold fire. Hold fire. We can go back to the cave. Hi! If you don't know who I am, I'm Arrow. I have a YouTube channel where I talk TTRPGs, primarily variety. So, like, Vampire the Masquerade and Kane and Lancer. And we also shoot people that come to our stream. Axolotl, you're fine. You're fine. Don't worry, you're not being shot. I'm sure it missed you. Someone just said defend the arrow and then got shot. Oh, it was a self-terminate. It was a ricochet. Yeah, so hold fire. Well, come on in, everyone. How was your stream? What were you up to? Currently, we are going to continue yapping about. I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The current plan is that we're yapping about a TTRPG supplement I'm about to release called Distortions. It completely missed crazy. Hey, you're just dodging like Neo from the Matrix. Oh, I forgot that I turned the chat upside down. Whoops. I hope you can read upside down. I mean, do we want? I can just like. No, why not? Why not? Oh, that's why. I'm silly. So like, we can just say, hey, everyone, I hope you're Australian. This one's for the Aussies. I love you. I tried so hard to get him, that slimy lizard. You're releasing one and it's for Kane? Yeah. So I currently am in process of releasing a TTRPG supplement. It is, by all accounts, totally done. I am just waiting for someone from my community who did fan art in order to make sure I can properly credit them. Can I make the jingly keys upside down? Fine. I'm actually going to turn this right side up so you can actually see. I'm also going to turn that right side because I'm nice and I am a generous god. But I will turn the jingly keys upside down. You can just like chill over here. How's that? Is this acceptable? Just off to the side, or do you want them by the fire? Wait, why is MS Paint back? I thought I killed you. I'm sorry, MS Paint. I love you. The keys defy gravity. Listen, I'm defying gravity right now. Call me Elphaba, the way I be on this ceiling, defying gravity and not being held back. Can we arrow standing on the walls instead of all this trailing? I can do the walls. I feel like that would be too disruptive, though. So, like, if I do... like... hello, I'm in your... Oh, and then we can have like a nice symmetry thing. I see what you're going for. And like the keys can be here. And then like you have the 2 vectors of right. So it's like, I see what you're putting down. We have a horizon line of me and the keys. You look like a vampire. Do we think vampires are cool? Because like a vampire is just a human vampire crossbreed, right? Like a half vampire, which I don't know. If we're going off like Vampire the Masquerade rules, can't happen because they're dead. I feel as though if you are a corpse, you can't get anyone or get pregnant, but that's also just my thought process. Maybe it's like you get pregnant and then you turn? Perhaps? Or like maybe mid-deed as you're getting someone else pregnant? I don't know. Yes, so. Distortions. In Kane, you are a psychic exorcist, and you are trying to wipe away the stain of humanity. There are sins that are manifestations of trauma that you have to go around and fight and slay. And in this supplement, you have a distortion, which is basically a Persona 4 shadow that is a reflection of you as an exorcist that is a mini-boss on other hunts. Not the mid-deed. Shut up. You're a thin blood? I mean, I will say, from a purely like selfish perspective, thin bloods kind of are poggin. Like some of them can walk in the sun, some of them can eat food, some of them like look like they're still alive. So I suppose if you want to remain around humans, being a thin blood is your best bet. So being a thin blood, which is like in Vampire the Masquerade, you have generations of vampires. So the very first vampire was the biblical Cain, and then the second generation are the ones that he made, and then the third generation are the ones that the vampires Cain made, and then so on and so forth. And now like in the 14th, 15th generation, the blood of Cain is so diluted that they are thin-blooded. They don't have all of the powers or all of the drawbacks of being a proper vampire. So like being a thin blood allows you to do like human stuff, which is kind of cool. And other vampires really don't like you, which like sounds like a problem, but is also very cool. I want to play a thin blood with Lifelink, Daydrinker, and Baby Teeth on base. No, I want to play a thin blood with Lifelike. I think is Daydrinker the one where you can just like stay awake during the day, and Baby Teeth and Mortal Healing. So I want to play just like a vampire that is a normal person. I want to play a vampire who like takes damage like a normal person, heals like a normal person, has to like can't like bite someone to feed off of them, and so they have to just like a normal person who like just acts like a serial killer. Question: what would a 20th gen vampire look like? Just straight zombie mortal? No. So a 20th generation does not exist yet, at least in canon, which World of Darkness doesn't really have a canon. Don't worry about it. But with the 15th slash so 14th slash 15th are thin bloods, and thin bloods cannot make more vampires normally. So we can't hit a 20th generation vampire. However, there is a clan called the Samedi, or a bloodline, that then joined the Hakata, the clan of death, who their curse as a vampire was their bodies will still rot and decay. So they're like a normal person, obviously a vampire, but like a normal person, but like you see their exposed like jaw and like their flesh is sloughing off, and they're constantly like emanating like a stench of putrefaction, but like they never quite fully just like become a skeleton. So there is zombie vampires. There's also ones. Is it the Cappadocias who are organivores? Which is, they don't get to just drink blood. They have to eat organs. And in order to go down to hunger zero, which is normally as a vampire, if you like drink the blood of someone and then you drain them to, the Nagaraja, thank you. And then you drain them dry, like you kill them by draining all of their blood, you can go down to hunger zero. That is like fully satiated. You are not hungry. You don't have to worry about hunger. until eventually like you get hungrier. The Nagaraja can only get to that point by eating someone's heart. And also they can only get a resonance by their heart, which is one of the really cool things about vampire is that when you drink someone's blood, if they have very strong emotions, they might have a resonance. And a resonance is literally like a balance of the humors or a representation of the 4 elements. And like multiple other mythologies all built together off of this idea of like resonance within a human, that when they feel a strong emotion, you can drink from them and you actually get power based off of their emotion. So for instance, if I am a vampire that has powers that give me super strength, and I drink from someone who is feeling caloric, i.e. they're feeling aggressive, angry, upset, frustrated, I get better powers related to being strong and related to being resilient. I think it's fortitude and potence. So like my fighting powers get a boost because I drank from someone who is a very aggressive fighter. Similarly, if I drink from someone who is sanguine, this is like flirty, ditzy, happy, airheaded, air aligned, because like caloric is fire aligned. So like sanguine is the air element, it is happiness, it is joy, it is elation. So if you drink from them, celerity and presence, the 2 powers related to moving really quickly and like manipulating the emotions of other people, those are the ones where you can actually like get more powerful by drinking from them. The keys, the arrow, they are not at their place. I know. It's crazy. It's scary. I'm in a cave, Plato's cave. This is not a real stream. This is a reconstruction of a stream. You can only see the real stream by going outside. It's scary. I know. I think any of them can be organivores for V5. Yeah, so with V5, they changed it because they got rid of bloodlines. In V5, they just made it, and like any character can take the flaw, like you're a walking corpse where you decay. Any character can take the flaw where you're an organivore. Which like I think is cool. I think it would be really cool to play like a Ventru who is an organivore. And because Ventru, they're like the kings, they're like the rulers of the vampire world. They have a like bane where they can only get like blood from something. They can only drink blood from something if it fits very specific particular criteria. So the idea is like a Ventru might only be able to drink from like men aged 40 to 55 who recently went through a divorce in the previous year, right? That's a very specific thing that Ventru have to deal with. And so I think it'd be really interesting if they have an organivore where they can exclusively like well done organs. So they have to have it like, okay, I need it to be like boot leather. And then I need to have someone's liver and I just need to like tear into it like jerky. Joke's on you, I am outside. Oh. Caloric, phlegmatic, sanguine, and melancholy. Optionally empty for oblivion and also animal for animals. Because animals don't have a normal resonance, they just have a blanket animal resonance, which is related to animalism as well as protein. I am very normal about TTRPGs. What's my favorite blood flavor, Arrow? Question. Do we think blood types taste different? Or do we think that it's like unrelated to blood type and it's more about diet? Because I feel like if you have blood, I want it to be tangy. I want it to have like that metallic tang to it, that coppery taste, that iron taste. Like, why else am I drinking blood? You know? Why else would I do that unless I'm trying to get that metal taste in my mouth? That being said, does that mean you want a lot of iron in your diet? Presumably. Do we want you to have an overflowing like blood of the red humor? I think it'd be a mix, both combined actually. So which blood type do we think would taste the best? Because like obviously there's A, B, O, AB, O universal donor, AB universal receiver, that strikes me, and this is just vibes. This is just Boba Kiki. A, B, very basic. O, acidic. Like, is that just me? Am I just the one who I'm just like, oh, well, if it's a receiver, then that strikes me more as like a base. And then if it's a donor, it can interact with anything. That strikes me more as an acid. What about plasma remove blood? I feel like that's the LaCroix of blood drinking, you know? I feel like plasma removed blood, like blood without the pallets or like the plates or whatever, that is, oh, it has the flavor of someone next to you drinking blood, right? It's like water with like a single drop of blood dripped into it. And they're like, yeah, you have to have a refined palate to understand. Like, no, you blood bagger. Get out of here with that. I drink it straight from the tap. More about diet, but a bit of influence. Mosquitoes are shown to have a preference for O negative. So Golden Gaia says O positive. Maddie, I have to ask you a question. Do you trust mosquitoes to have good taste? Because like they're also drawn to the smell of sweat, which I assume many of you are as well, given that you are freaks. But I mean, what is a VTuber if not a cave shadow of a flesh person? I am not me. I am a distorted version of myself. Which is how I get you back into the conversation about distortions in the TTRPG cane. My new supplement's coming out. You have a Persona 4 shadow. You have to deal with it as a mini boss on your mission. It will appear and the GM will tell, the admin will tell you, hey, you're gonna fight a distortion. The distortion has its own palace. The distortion asks some questions and then you have to answer honestly. And you go around and you fight it. And it's hard to fight, but it's not too hard because it's not a boss. It's not a full sin. You can spare it, and if you spare it, when you go Imago next, you are able to come back from being an Imago once, potentially. And then if you fight a distortion, whether or not you spare it, you get hazard pay. You get more money. Yeah, funny enough, there's a Ventru in Bloodlines named Crow. No, I know. I had that same thought. I think B positive must be very sanguine. Is that because you're B positive? Does anyone... I have a question. Does anyone have a guess as to what my blood type is? Because, like, there is... What is it? Like, blood type personalities. Ooh, it's a university. Oh, no, this is the health implications of them. Well, actually... Okay, so, health implications associated with blood type. Mosquitoes, if you're A, are less attracted to you than other blood types. So that means that mosquitoes don't like you, which if we're going off the assumption that you don't trust... Let me, like, move to the one side where there isn't information. 20% higher chance of developing stomach cancer. Oh, 5% increased risk of heart disease. Oh, so off of the anti-mosquito rhetoric that we're going off of, A is ideal. Type B has 50,000 times the number of strains of friendly bacteria than A or O. 11% increased heart disease. A, B, or B women have raised ovarian cancer. AB, type AB is universal donor. What? Oh, AB positive is the universal plasma donor, but AB is the universal receiver, and then type O can donate red blood cells to anyone, not necessarily plasma. Lower risk of cancer and malaria. So heart disease, pregnant women, ulcers, rupturing of the Achilles tendon. Do you know how bad that is? It took down Achilles. Who would have thought? No, but like the Achilles tendon is like one of the anchor tendons of your entire body. If your Achilles tendon goes or is like significantly weakened, you physically cannot stand. Like if you put any weight on that foot, it is like stressing the Achilles tendon, which is why the Achilles tendon is so important. Mosquitoes are highly attracted to you, so O type is icky. So you give O negative, AB negative, A negative. I bet you're O positive. Mosquitoes who drink blood are all females and pregnant. I'm not trusting someone with pregnancy cravings. True. Wait, they're pregnant. I knew it was only female mosquitoes drank. I didn't realize it was only pregnant ones. So blood type, earnest for A. Earnest, creative, sensible, reserved, patient, responsible. Cons, stubborn, intense. B, passionate, active nature, creative, strong, but selfish, irresponsible, unforgiving, erratic. AB, cool, controlled, rational, and adaptable. Critical, indecisive, forgetful, irresponsible. Okay, those kind of do describe me. O, confident, self-determined, strong-willed, and intuitive, but self-centered, cold, unpredictable, and a potential workaholic. See, like, all of these describe me because all of these are just like generic descriptors. That's the issue with personality types. So my blood type is A positive. I am earnest, creative, sensible, reserved, patient, and responsible, but I'm stubborn and intense. I am less likely to be attracted by mosquitoes. We love that. But apparently have to look out for stomach cancer and heart disease. So, whoops. Imagine if the only females drinking blood applied to vampires too. There's a well-dressed goth man just drinking fruit juice and then his wife eats you. Oh my gosh. For the longest time, I thought I was O negative. I don't know why. For the longest time, I thought I was O negative. And then when I donated blood, I was like, I don't know my blood type. And then they tested and then they informed me I was A positive. I was like, whoa. A negative, my guess. Yeah, and regardless of your blood type, donating blood is always a positive contribution. I need to donate blood. I need to look that up. I have not donated blood in quite some time. And like that's something that like realistically, unless you are like compromised, like for instance, you should not be donating blood. For instance, you have HIV. You should be donating blood really as often as you can because there's never enough blood. There's always a tragedy. There's always a catastrophe. And like blood is something you will get back very easily, just as long as you stay hydrated and take care of yourself. So like if you can, make sure to donate blood at least a couple times a year. I haven't been. I need to get better about that. If we're talking about the blood types, do you think Persona 5 side... Wait, if we're talking about blood types, do you think the Persona 5 side objective, whose name I forgot, have blood types? Oh, the confidants. So I assume you're talking about the side characters, like the social links, the confidants. I mean, in Japan, I've heard that blood type is equivalent to like astrological sign. So for instance, if like I've made my birthday known before. I'm a Capricorn. So if you're in Japan, someone might ask you like, hey, what blood type are you? In the same way that in the US, someone might ask you, what's your astrology sign, right? They're actually done stem cell treatment. They've cured HIV multiple times now. I used to work in HIV syphilis in the Department of Health, so technically you could donate. Awesome. So yeah, there's no excuse. Like obviously I'm sure that there are some risk factors that it's like, hey, you have a weak heart or you have some like circulatory issue, don't donate blood or don't donate it more than like once a year kind of deal. Like listen to them, listen to the people running it. They will tell you if it is safe for you to do so. But broadly speaking, donating blood, always pogging. My blood type is cancer, proof I'm a disease upon this earth. Oh no. Yeah, my blood type is Capricorn and my astrological sign is A positive. Yeah, praise public free healthcare for eliminating HIV. Praise. I suppose also depends on where you're at. Like the US probably has a different infrastructure set up than Canada versus the UK versus Japan. Not your blood type, your sign. You mentioned both. No, you're fine. Make sure to eat and hydrate after donating blood. The main time I can think of when I donated blood, which I find very funny because it's not what you should be doing. It is the opposite of what you should be doing, actually. I went to donate blood and they're like, hey, we have a fast option, we have a slow option. The fast option is like 30 minutes. I'm so sorry. Wait, what? This is me right side up. Wait a second. I forgot. On my tracking software, I spun myself around. Okay, but okay. Sorry, like horizontally spinning rat with Freebird in the background. That's me. They said the fast option is 30 minutes, and the slow option is like 2 hours. And I was going to class at the time, because this is back when in university. So I was like, I'll take the 30-minute one. And so naturally, it goes long, because it always goes long. And then I had to rush to class, which, do you want to know what class I had? Do any of you have a guess what class I had? I had stats. And it was a midterm. So immediately following my donating blood, which I was then late to class for my mid-semester statistics exam, where I had just donated blood. So, not the best time to donate blood. Which, like, dude, I barely survived that class. I survived that class off of, like, a shoestring and a prayer, all I'm gonna say. All right, I was talking distortions. Yeah, so distortions, it's Persona 4. It is your classic shadow. It's a little mini boss that you can fight. And when you fight them, they will like act in accordance to the personality of the person they're formed from, but ultimately they will try to replace the host. And when the exo they're formed from gets replaced, they get a special agenda that they're forced to take. And this special agenda has like its own unique abilities that they get access to. And it's like they're taken over by their shadow effectively. One time when I had no clue that I had scoliosis and was using wacky tobacco to manage pain, I ended up going a little too hard and having a midterm later that day. Oh no. Yeah, I don't engage in the wacky tobacco myself. I'm boring, I know. I don't consume substances of really any kind. Not even, I try to avoid sugar. I had a soda the other day for like the first time in probably over a year. And they offered me like, do you want like Diet Coke? Do you want a Sprite? Do you want a Coke? And I was like, sure. I'll take a Sprite because I don't drink soda. But I was being offered and I hadn't had a soda in a while. And a while ago, I had wanted a clear soda, like a Sprite, like a 7-Up kind of deal, Sierra Mist. So I was like, yeah, I'll take a Sprite. And it was so syrupy. I remembered exactly why I don't drink soda. Like I'm at the point where I don't drink soda anymore because like it's just too syrupy for me. It's not a liquid. It's a squalid at best. Yeah, it's super thick. It's like 79% of your daily recommended sugar intake, which like I need to get better about my saturated fat intake, but my sugar intake I'm usually pretty good on, to the extent that my doctor and also like everyone else in my life has been like, hey, you're allowed to like have cheat days, you know? And I'm like, no, I'm not. Like that, the whole point of a diet and the whole point of like cultivating your routine is that you stick to it. And then my doctor was just like, no. And I'm like, yeah. Like I understand that I should listen to medical professionals about medical issues, but like my brain is not one to work where it's just like, oh man, I need a cheat day today. It's like, no, I sticking to the routine makes it easier to maintain the routine. I love corn syrup being in freaking everything. Exactly. Lemon soda. I will say, oh my gosh. Like, actually, that's a lie. I have had soda more recently. Well, not soda, but it was a carbonated drink that I got from an Asian Mart. And it was a yuzu soda. That again, like 60, 70% of your daily sugar intake. Ridiculous. I had to split it with my roommate. And it was so good. Oh my gosh, it was so good. Like yuzu is just a citrus like lemon, right? Primarily in East Asia. But it's just like, it was just like a lemon flavored soda, effectively. And it was so good. The main issue with it, honestly, it's not even the sugar. It's not even like, because it was light, right? It was carbonated. But but it was light. Because it wasn't very syrupy. It was just like a carbonated lemon drink. I would buy more of them if the bottles weren't like $2 a bottle. Like, I get that that's cheap for some people. That's not cheap for me. That's not very neurotypical of you. I'm not neurotypical. Now, the doctor said that they don't think I have ADHD, but I did get a diagnosis when I went there for something else. Arrow, can I have a moment? Can I have all the nuance in morality, ethics, and TTRPG, but in my diet? No way. Oh. Oh. Oh, yeah. Autism gang represent. Well, okay, so I was not diagnosed with autism. They said, you know what? You expressed an interest in looking into an autism diagnosis. Maybe we should go forward with that. And I'm like, yeah, we should. And then I moved. So I didn't get that. I need to check that out here. Dang it. I didn't talk to my doctor. I got a doctor out here. But then I've talked to them like once. And I said like, hey, I want to look into testing. And they're like, sure, I'll hit you up about that. And then they didn't. I got a goober as hecky. No, that's self-diagnosed. I hate self-diagnosing. Like it's something where I am less critical of it now. However, because particularly in talking to like the person like proctoring the like assessment for me, I like mentioned offhandedly like, yeah, I haven't like I avoid self-diagnosing because I think it's personally like irresponsible. And they're like, well, if it helps you like manage your symptoms, like there's nothing wrong with self-diagnosing. And I'm like, what? And they're like, yeah, like so long as you're not like trying to self-medicate or anything, you're not like doing things that are radical as a response of self-diagnosing. There's nothing wrong with self-diagnosing. And I was just like, what? This is crazy. I still don't do it, but I got switch doctors. Mine is only available 1 day a week. Ugh. Just know an official autism diagnosis can cause issues with adopting if you ever go to court over custody. They'll use your diagnosis as a reason to deny you. I feel like there's a lot of reasons to deny me. For instance, I am non-binary, and like my existence has been put forward as a threat to national security. So like that by itself may well disavow me from any sort of adoption thing. But like, I'm not thinking about adopting anytime soon. Like adopting could be like, I think at some point I would love to adopt because I feel like more children need to be adopted. There's a lot of people who particularly, like a lot of people don't want to adopt. And if they do want to adopt, they want to adopt like a baby, like an infant. So you have a lot of kids, from my understanding, particularly in that like 1.5 to like 9 range, who are constantly waiting on the hope of being adopted, but never do. And then you have like kids in that like 10 to 17 range who have like completely written off the adoption system because they've been in there so long, which sucks. And my model. Whoa. Wow. Same. What? MPSM7? I don't get it. I'm sorry. But, yeah, there are other reasons why I'm sure I'd be denied, which is sad, but also like, what are you going to do? I would much rather adopt than have biological children. I'd go for a kid who's like 12 or older. I mean, that's the thing. Like this is just something that I've experienced in whoa, I keep breaking. In reaching adulthood and growing up and maturing, I have noticed that I never feel more like an adult. It's entirely my relationship with children and other adults has shifted. Whereas prior, when you're like a kid, teenagers are like, oh my gosh, they're so like big and mature and like they're so tall and like they're so scary. And then once like you're a teenager, little kids are like lil. Because you're not a kid anymore. And fellow teenagers, none of you have anything that what's going on. Everyone's so confused and lost. And adults are the ones who are like big and scary and whatever. And freaking heck, what the hecky? Let me reset. So like when you're like a teenager, like adults are the scary ones. And then as a young adult in like your 20s, you feel like, man, even teenagers, even young adults, even people that are like technically adults are just like babies. Like you're like 25 and you look at a 20-year-old and you're like, you're an absolute child. And that just keeps happening as you get older and older. The thing that is the biggest shift is that once you hit your like mid 20s, late 20s, frickin' heck, why are you breaking? Darnation. Please hold. Please hold. As you get older people start feeling more like peers. When you're a teenager, like the oldest people I could feel like, yeah, I'm a peer with you was like mid 20s. Like if I was like working alongside them, or like I was in a mutual like Discord server or something, or like anything where it's a matter of we are in a fairly egalitarian environment. Like if someone's like in their 30s when you're like a teenager, you don't feel like a peer to them. You feel like you're a child in an adult space, or they're an adult in a child space. But like when you hit your 20s, suddenly people in their 30s and even like older can feel like they're peers to you. Particularly if you're in like a work environment and your coworkers. And when you hit your 30s, it extends further. Like the older you get, the wider the range of just like people who are just peers instead of like looking down at you at being older. If I ever decide to have children, I suppose that's fair. Because like, listen, I ain't gonna lie. I already struggle to take care of myself. I would love to be able to like take care of someone, but like put on your own gas mask first kind of deal. Come put on your own airbag first. Which sucks to say, but it's also like, that's just how it is. You feel this on a huge level. Yeah. Like it's something where it's not like a goal of mine per se, but like it's a nice to have kind of deal. And I want to just like be the best person I can, but I don't think that's necessarily in my future. And I don't mind either way. Back home, egg time. Like, I feel as though it's something where a lot of people really, really push for it one way or the other. A lot of people are like anti-child, and a lot of people are like, no, I want like 7 kids. And those are both valid, but I just am not, I'm not fussed enough for that. Although a lot of people I know, particularly queer people I know, have the opinion, man, I would love to just be like a cool uncle, a cool aunt. Like I want like to be someone who I have a sibling with kids, or like I have a best friend who I'm basically part of their family. Like that's the sentiment I hear most in my circles. Okay, so for those of you who are not caught in the ad, I am not talking distortions. I'm so sorry. I'm trying my best. I'm struggling. I think what I do is I think we just head back. I think during the ad, we head over to Darkwood, we start it up, and we just keep the conversation going. Who the heck can even raise 7 kids in this economy? Well, I mean, if you're like wealthy, obviously, even like clearly 7 kids is gonna be a struggle, but like I know I have family who are significantly more wealthy than me, and they have like 4 kids, and they still have a significant amount of disposable income. Like I know people who are like that, and like I have a couple buddies actually who, again, like they make a lot of money, they don't have kids, but like if they right now were like, yeah, I'm gonna like have a kid, they would be totally fine. And these are people who are like mid 20s, not quite early 20s, but like mid 20s pushing late 20s. So like I know of people who could very reasonably by the time they're 30 have like multiple kids, or people who in their 30s had multiple kids in like recent years, or the family I'm thinking of was like 2008 crisis, so like still during economic recession. But point being, there will always be some people who can afford to have a bunch of kids, and then obviously there's also going to be people who they can't afford to have a lot of kids, but they also can't afford to not have a lot of kids because they can't afford to like have contraception, so they're going to have accidental children, and then due to either like their beliefs or accessibility, they're going to keep these children and then they're going to raise them, and then you have families that are going to be struggling because of their amount of children. But oftentimes that leads to a discrepancy where the older children end up working younger, right? That's a situation where maybe the kids are helping out at the family store. Maybe one of the kids is getting up to nefarious business to support the family. Like these are all legitimate things that happen regularly. You have 7 siblings. You will not allow yourself or any future partner to have more than 3. That's so silly. Cain. That is true. Mormons. If you are of a faith that promotes like fecundity, I suppose you're probably having a lot of kids, particularly because my understanding is in a lot of those communities, you will have community support. If you are not able to can you stop? Like, I keep hearing explosions outside. And like, not scary explosions. I'm like 90% sure they're fireworks. Sometimes they may be gunshots. Not sure. But like, it's like 4 a.m. and I'll just hear like a big pop and like 7 car alarms will go off. And I'm like, are you serious? Like, at least now it's at 1 p.m. But like, come on. Oh shoot, we playing Darkwood now? We are playing Darkwood now. I'm gonna keep yapping. How many of you have any experience with Darkwood is my question. How many of you know what's going on with Darkwood? Because I'm not gonna lie, I am lost. I don't know what to do, and I was like this close to just straight up looking it up. Okay. So I'm on day 21. I have explored all 3 regions, and I opened up the mysterious box with the twisted key. I gave it to the Wolfman, and he got pissed off at me, and I saw the children's drawing. That is the most recent stuff that happened. You watched 10 minutes of a stream, so pretty much an expert. Listen, I watched a video talking about how good of a horror game Darkwood is like 6 years ago. That's my answer. Guessing my prior streams don't count? Sure. I'll say they do. Arrow actually at the site of the Gehenna War. Listen. Okay, I'm of 2 minds. I'm really of 2 minds. When it comes to being a vampire, I think it would be Pog. But like, obviously, I don't want to like be damned. I don't want to like effectively give up my soul. And there are legitimately times where I'll just be like out on a walk during the day and I'm like, I kind of get it. You know? I can't like, a lot of the horror of Vampire the Masquerade is like, oh, you're not human anymore. You can't do human things. And I'm like, yeah, whatever. You get cool vampire powers. But then I walk outside during the day and I feel the sun on me and I go on a jog and like someone compliments me on my hair and I'm just like, huh. I would miss this. And so I feel as though I wouldn't want to be a vampire, no matter how like, oh, I'd be one of the good ones. Like I could use my powers for good. Like, I just don't think that I would vibe with that. In terms of other supernaturals, I've already established, I think I would probably be a changeling. I don't like the changelings per se. The changelings aren't my favorite or anything. I just think that based off my personality and the fact that I'm energized off of creativity, I feel like that would be the most one-to-one of the splats. I would love to be a mage. I think mages are super cool, but question, do you have different snacks depending on the TTRPGs you're playing? Okay. Confession. Most of my TTRPGs recently has been online with one of my friends, so like we're just on a Discord call. I raw dog it. No snacks, no music, like no ambiance or atmosphere. It is just me in a Discord call, locking in and just like hyper focusing. And like when I'm like with in-person people, I might have snacks, but even then, like much like how in stream, I am not. Oh wait, I want to upgrade you, right? Incredible. Much like how in stream, I don't really snack. I try to avoid like drinking water even. Or I don't try to avoid that. I just kind of end up doing that because I am silly. Wedding. Arrow, you could also be a mage. I would rock being a mage. I like being a mage. I think that'd be cool. Like I just kind of raw dog it. And I don't know if that's good or not. I would be the normal person who's in the wrong place at the wrong time, has to be killed to uphold the masquerade. I feel as though that would be most people, clearly, statistically speaking. But like, it's always fun to say what splat you were. Okay. Over, under, that arrow sits in chair in bisexual postures exclusively. So I am pan, which, like, pan by, I don't really care, like, realistically. But I sit straighter than some of my friends, I will say. Oh. Like, I will say that I do absolutely go stupid, go crazy with how I sit and my posture and whatever. I generally have pretty good posture. Why are you not barricaded? Unpause. So like I sit typically, I would say, a fair amount of the time, not always. Arrow's pan, I am ace. They stole all my attraction to people. I mean, I'm also ace. Like, let's not get it twisted. I don't know what to do in this video game. So like, I am someone who absolutely like, okay, want to know what it is? When I'm at my computer, I will sit in whatever way is best, like, whatever way is best to facilitate my using the computer. When I sit in a different chair, 100%. I'm never sitting straight. That is just fact of life. So we need to find who stole it from you and then you stole it from me. I feel like it's less so I stole it from you and more so I took my own attraction and like rearranged it and I reallocated my skill points. I feel like that's like the best descriptor that I can think of. Why do you buy my meat so much? Like, what use do you have for this? Arrow said I'm ace, but stares at Calamity 4. Okay, so like, when I say I'm ace, or when I say that I'm Arrow. Hi, I'm Arrow. I consider myself demi on both of them, and that means that like I do still experience attraction. It's just like very few and far between, and often requires like extenuating circumstances. The way I like to describe it is that I don't feel any attraction up until the point where I suddenly do, right? I don't feel any attraction, and then I am like, I'm locked in. I'm very attracted. And there's been some discourse on Twitter recently, because there's always discourse on Twitter. Like, what are you expecting? But like, there's been some discourse on Twitter recently about like, oh, demisexuals are just like normal people, right? And my response to that is always like, well, first off, no, but also, how would you explain hookup culture and how prevalent that is, right? That's one of my biggest responses. And like, I've never really heard a good answer to that. All these min-maxers in the LGBTQ plus community. You sacrifice your attraction for the big iron. I will say, if I was presented with a deal and I had to give up my libido, but I got like a really cool big iron, I wouldn't dismiss it out of hand. You train in your free attraction for kicking soda? I don't know. I just like, I'm in a spot, and I've talked about this before, and like, I'm not unique about this. A lot of people feel this. I'm someone who where I'm running low on gasoline because I spent too much of my gasoline. I'm someone who very much so, whenever I'm with other ace people, I feel very allo, because like I'm more allo than I am Like I'm more aloe than the average ace person, right? Because the majority of ace people, at least who like self-identify as ace and like talk about it, are on the far end of like being like sexuals. Whereas with aloe people, I feel so ace. Like there are very few aloe people who have been, and aloe just being like experiencing a traditional, typical amount of attraction in that regard. There's so many people who just like, I just don't. We do not see eye to eye when it comes to that sort of thing, and that's okay. You don't need to. But I do think it's very funny that I wacky inflatable tube man back and forth between the various perceptions of myself. Okay, let's put our logs back, or our boards rather. Let's repair our pitchfork. I don't think that we're gonna use the board with nails right now. Wait, no, I do it just for some metal and a forge. You take that deal? Listen, big irons on my hips. I could rock 2 big irons. Like, I don't think a lot of you know, but like, the reason that the purge exists is because I believe you should know by now, you are being held at gunpoint for this stream. You do understand that, right? Like, I hand all of you firearms, and I encourage you to fire upon yourselves. But also, you are in danger. You know this, right? Like this is not a safe space for you. This is a space where this is a hostile stream environment, and I want you to feel unsafe. I want you to feel accepted and tolerated, but I don't want you to feel safe. Far from it. Sometimes I question my orientation, and then I spend time with my aloe friends, and I cannot relate to all their jokes or comments. Yo. And then you're reassured that you're very much not aloe. Yeah. Side note, I grew up religious as a teenager. I remember thinking, wow, this whole abstinence thing is so easy. I thought that too. I grew up, and in like my education classes, I was told like, hey, here's abstinence, like to avoid STIs and like teen pregnancy, just don't do it. And I'm like, yeah, that's easy. Why wouldn't anyone do that? And then like as I've gotten older, I've had a more complicated relationship with that now. I have more thoughts and more like opinions on that. But like ultimately growing up, I was like, yeah, that sounds so easy. Why doesn't everyone just do that? Barn ruins, I guess? Okay, so I have explored everywhere to my knowledge. The only place I can think of is do I have to go back to the underground entrance? I didn't find anything though. I didn't find the key to enter the underground entrance, did I? Like, I'm legitimately kind of confused where I'm supposed to go. You would never do that to me, Arrow. I'm married. I beat the Rizless allegations under threat of big iron. But have you considered that... Ooh, I need a light source. Flashlight. You don't have a better light source, do you? Only the Wolfman does. The Wolfman does. You have a flare. I haven't used flares. I keep selling you my flares, and I keep not using them. And then I keep wondering, why don't I have a good light source? The call is coming from inside the house. I think I'm going to put away my bear traps real quick. I'm going to keep the Molotov, just in case. And then we're going to go. You looking for the twisted key? I already got the twisted key. And with the twisted key, I opened the box that the Wolfman was looking at. You have hydration, yay! But the moment I understood the weakness of my flesh, it disgusted me. Yeah, so I already got the twisted key, and I already used the twisted key on the box when I talked to the Wolfman. So I thought the twisted key might be related to, right, I have to avoid the mushrooms. I thought the twisted key might be related to, what's it called? Can I pet that dog? Can I please pet that dog? I thought the twisted key might be related to the underground entrance, but like I used it for something else. I pet that dog. I guess I could grab some meat. And then I could throw the meat to distract them. If you shoot me for being one of your only risk-capable fans, then you shoot your stats and that is true. I will say, one of the fastest ways to get me to like spare you from being like executed is to simply say, do you really want a Rizless chat? And I will say no. I want a chat that like has game. Not towards me, per se. Just like, I want a chat that when I look at you, I want to know that the arrow kissers are not the most pathetic community I know. Which is unfortunately the case in a lot of instances. Like obviously I love the community, but there are some things that just make me go, are you serious? Aw, sad puppy. Don't worry, I pet the puppy. The puppy is in a better place now. Locked. I could open it with a lockpick. I have a lockpick. I'm gonna wait to see other entrances though. I've been asked out by like 3 people my entire life. If that counts for anything. I got asked out by someone when I went to a community center a few months ago. And I was so just like, I was so willing to give them the benefit of the doubt and just assume that they weren't actually hitting on me. And then they asked for my number. And then I was like, oh, this is what this is. So it was just like a weird experience. Which like, obviously, it's nice. Or I suppose not obviously, but like, at least to me, it is nice to have the experience of someone like being interested enough to like make that choice. And I didn't like shame them or anything. But I was just like, I'm not really interested. Thank you though. Although I still ended up giving them my number like as a friend because like we had been chatting prior to them asking me for my number. So that was an instance where like I probably shouldn't have given them my number. And we haven't really chatted since. So I think that it was kind of like a mission failed, we'll get them next time situation from them. But there was also a time in uni, I remember, where I randomly ran into someone. And I was speaking with her on the bus stop because we were waiting for like the bus. Like I came back from I don't need to lockpick that. Haha. I was coming back from a club and I was going back to my dorm. Or was I commuting? I don't know. I was probably commuting at that point. And I was going back and I had a skateboard, I had my leather jacket on, and it was just like, hey, hi, and just started making small talk with me. And then I was chatting with her, and she, for whatever reason, Stardew Valley came up. And I had been playing Stardew Valley with my friends, not like recently at that point, but like within the past like couple months of then. So we were like talking about Stardew Valley, and then she on the bus is just like, oh, do you have like Instagram or anything? And I'm like, sorry, I'm a bit of a social media ghost, but like if you want, like I can hand you my number or something, or it was some exchange like that. And she was like, yeah, sure. And then contrary to where the story you might think it's going, it didn't go anywhere suspect. It didn't like end up being like a whirlwind romance. It was literally just, I just made a friend. We just talked about Stardew Valley because she liked my skateboard and my leather jacket and thought it was cool. And yeah, I haven't spoken with her in a couple years now, but like just throughout university, like I was hanging out with her, like meeting some of her other friends. Like I'd hang out at her apartment and like I ran D&D for her with some other people. Wife woke up, enjoy. Yeah, friend, heck yeah. And that's the thing, right? Like, I'm trying to get better about the mentality of say yes 90% of the time. What the hecky? So I don't know if you know this. There's a piece of advice that you may have heard. Ooh, frick. There's a piece of advice you may have heard that I'm trying to get better about. which is try to say yes 90%. Frickin' A. Are you serious? It was a dog? It was a dog? That's so easy. You enjoy your solitude too much to go in the game? That's fair. I mean, like, and you should never feel pressured to go and, like, put yourself out there if you don't want. This is a shakedown. Give me all your money. How the heck does one start doing small talk? I'm honestly so blank brain. I am too. And that's why, like, I don't go out and, like, pursue people to... Oh, frick. I shouldn't have head out. I should have done the dog first. Slightly free up my inventory and put away my rag, probably. Ah! I'm not playing optimally. Yeah, say yes 90% of the time. So what that is that it's like 90% of the time, say yes. When you're invited out to somewhere, if you're like, I don't really want to go, but like it kind of sounds fun, say yes. If someone says like, hey, would you be willing to try this thing out with me? Say yes. Hey, are you free on Saturday when you have the day off, but you were planning just relaxing? Say yes. That kind of stuff. And the goal with say yes 90% of the time is to basically just like allow yourself to do things that you otherwise wouldn't do. And obviously, if you get like bad vibes, if it's the ick, if it is something that is like, you feel wrong, don't do it. Like, don't put yourself in unsafe circumstances. But ultimately, put yourself out there. Allow yourself to try new things. And I have been trying to get better about that. And I like to think I have been, right? I like to think I've been better about that with... Oh. I like to think I've been better about that. And, like, there have definitely been some things where I for sure have not been. Oh, dead huge dog. Probably died because of the, acid that I was wearing. That I had on me. What is going on in here? What is, in fact, the dog doing? Large mushrooms. I think the dog pat you too hard. Listen. Professional dog patter on the scene. Don't worry, I'm petting this dog. Yeah, so in case you didn't know, I love dogs. Dogs are like unironically my favorite animal. So the fact there are so many upset dogs that I have to be in direct conflict with does kind of like destroy my soul. But I do recognize that they are fictional and they are already like in pain or violent. So it is a matter of like, this is the only option. And that is why I'm petting them with love and a shovel. Mushroom. But yeah, so like just say yes 90% of the time. Try your absolute darndest to like put yourself out there. And when it comes to like small talk with a stranger, that is something that I don't know. I ain't gonna lie. Like that is something where I'm not gonna sit here and Frickin' A, can you please stop making explosions outside? They're like, I don't know how to do small talk with a stranger. That's why I often let strangers initiate small talk because I don't know, right? That being said, being receptive and being interesting at a glance are the two biggest things. Like, I can't tell you how to initiate small talk, but I can certainly tell you how to use like how to respond to small talk. And responding to small talk is as simple as just like be willing and able to say something in a way that is interesting and invites further conversation from someone who otherwise knows nothing about it. Human remains, they look stuff. An oven. Oh. Wardrobe. Oh, Wolf's hideout. Human remains, they look stuff. A bath with like incense next to it. Hello? So when I back to like talking about small talk and flirting with people, like I don't know, I wouldn't consider myself as having game kind of deal. Oh? Hello? One time I did that saying yes to go out stuff and went out to someone and saw a movie afterwards. It turns out the person thought it was a date. No. And they were trying to hold your hand and you had to clarify in conversation. Listen. I'm pretty firmly of the opinion. Oh, neat. So this is the wolf's hideout and all those stuffed people are the wolves. I mean, he does call me meat, so like, cutie. I'm firmly of the opinion, unless both people agree it was a date, it's not a date. And I am also of the opinion, it can be a date, even if one or both people went into it not expecting it to be a date, right? I am of the opinion it can evolve into a date over time. However, both people have to like know and be on the same page about that, not just like vibes wise, like they have to explicitly be like, yeah, this is a date. Trophy with a human head. Listen, my husband will be here. My meat wolfman husband. And I will give him... What? I didn't even step on that. You criminal. This game sometimes. Very frustrating. Like, I call it being silly, call it being, like, old school, maybe. I'm pretty firmly of the opinion that it's not a date unless both people agree it's a date. Because otherwise, like, you get into weird situations where, like, hey, like, can I hold your hand? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Or, like, can I, like, give you a kiss? And it's like, what? No, dude, we're friends. What? Like, what's up with you? You must have some game considering the pics girls have sent you. Yeah, like, listen, I ain't gonna lie. I've never been in that realm. I have never been in the realm of, like, I randomly talk with people who, like, send me provocative pictures. And, like, I can't say I'm trying to be. Like, that's not something that I'm, like, sitting here like, oh, man, I wish that my friends would just, like, send me risque photos. Like, I've never really understood that. But also, like, I didn't understand platonic flirting for the longest time. And, like, in recent years, like, within the past, like, year or so, I have gotten to the point where I am not only, like, more understanding of, but also, like, I have actually enjoyed platonic flirting, which is something that I never thought I'd be able to say. So, like, with everything, it's always a matter of, like, with everything, it's always a matter of just how do you feel? What are you interested in? What do you want to do? And have you pushed yourself to become uncomfortable without becoming uncomfy? Right? That's the big thing. Don't make yourself uncomfy. Don't put yourself in a circumstance where you feel unsafe or unwelcome. But absolutely, do stuff that you're not comfortable with. Explore. So I should probably go talk to my husband, the Wolfman. According to a recent short of yours, you flirt with your TTRPG players all the time. That is accidental. So I'm talking like, it's like the third time in 30 minutes. I'm like pretty sure these are fireworks. As part of the conversation, I did say, I cannot pick up on social cues. I will not understand stone that I dropped on purpose. I will not pick up on something unless explicitly told if it's romantic. That's fair. And like, I don't know. I absolutely consider myself to be fairly oblivious when it comes to romance. I have had people say stuff where like, I've been like, is that flirty? And I'm just like, I'm gonna assume it's not. That's my default. My default is almost always, I'm just going to assume it's not. Oh, frick. That one mushroom I stepped on. That one mushroom I stepped on. If I hadn't stepped on that mushroom, I would have gotten an upgrade. I think I repair my stuff and then I go talk to my wolf husband. Boop, boop. I have so many bottles. I be popping bottles. I have magazines, alcohol. I need more scrap metal because obviously fungi ruined my life since 1174. Okay, what makes you say 1174? Because, like, either you think that's when my origin was, which I'm curious what evidence you have for that claim, or you believe that fungus was not a problem for me prior to 1174. You know what? I think it's late enough that I'm not going to go talk to the Wolfman. I think what I might do is that now that I explored the barn ruins, I don't even know what else there is to do. Like, I did the pig, I did the barn, I did the hunter's house, I did the church. The creepy house, I think, is still locked. I haven't entered. Oh, that's when I had the mushroom incident, TM. Understood. Yeah, it's been a while, so, like, I forgot. Sorry. Like, you know how it is. I have generator fuel, and I have doors that are closed, and I have bear traps I can set. Pog. So, where do we want to set the bear traps? That is the question of the day. Generally, I'll set a bear trap like right here because things tend to come in from this door. I could always set a bear trap here, right? Because generally, I've been attacked every single night in here. Where there are bears, I feel like that would be kind of disrespectful. Because, like, listen, I'm not really attracted to bears. I'm generally, every bear I've met has been a upstanding man. However, not really my thing. So I feel as though taking hostile action against them could be perceived as, like, a hate crime. And I don't think that they deserve that. Why stepping on mushroom prevented you from getting upgrade? So with the mushrooms, this oven allows me to cook things in it, and then I can put it in this syringe and I can inject myself. And when I inject myself, I get special powers. For instance, I have the power, I can put down a mark on my map, and then I can, like, basically remember where I was for there. I can get super stamina for a short amount of time. I can scare off all nearby enemies. I can heal myself by being next to electricity. So that's what the upgrades give me. But I have to put in specific ingredients like mushrooms. And also, you may have saw that I had meat from the dogs. There's a big piece of meat that I can cook, and there's a small piece of meat which I can't cook. So basically, the way I level up is I want to get mushrooms. I want to get big pieces of meat. I think those are the two only things I've been able to cook thus far. I have a gun. I think what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna put this here. Because if I need to run out this way, I have an exit point where I can go and be fine. You know, enemies will probably come straight that way. And then I can keep my eye here. So. Take out our gun and hope that nothing bad happens tonight, right? I know some bears that wouldn't mind getting trapped. You know, yeah, I suppose. Nothing wrong with that. We respect bears of all stripes, whether or not they are trying to trap or get trapped, I guess. I need to keep my hands on the keyboard. Because, like, there have been times where I've taken my hands off the keyboard and I think I'm safe, and then, like, a monster shows up and I'm like, ah! Yeah, so the thing with the mushrooms is that there's the mushroom patches, which I have to pick and grab, and if I step on them, I squish them. So I've stepped on quite a few mushroom patches. I missed out on some XP, effectively. Which, that particular one was really dumb because I didn't actually step on it. I stepped next to it, and I started picking it up, and then after I started picking it up, it registered me stepping on it for some reason, and then I lost the mushrooms. So what's going to happen is that during this night, I am protected by this oven. This oven has, like, these fumes that it, like, spews out and protects me and the rest of the house. However, that doesn't stop monsters from literally just walking in. So I have to sit here, and I have to barricade all my windows, and I have to watch all of my exits, and I have a gun, and I have to, like, defend myself, which, like, you know, Castle Doctrine. So this is a game where... Oh, those are dogs that just got injured, which means those are dogs that are not going to be attacking me because they got injured by something else. Mushroom air. I mean, like, presumably it's oh, frick. It's these things. It's like nests. Like, they see these bugs? Oh, that's a frick. Oh, so, and the main reason, like, obviously, like, I don't want to die because I don't want to be dead. But, if I die, I don't get free reputation with the trader. The trader is that dude that was at the... I nearly walked in my bear trap. I did walk in my bear trap. See, I have an upgrade, a passive upgrade. I have a passive upgrade, which allows me to ignore a bear trap once per day. And I just used it up because I just stepped on my own bear trap because I'm dumb. Yeah, so... Bro, can you stop? Like, someone is just exploding stuff outside. I think it's fireworks. So, this night should not be that bad. It's just a bunch of bugs, which means that I can destroy them. Oh, frick. Okay, so I am currently in the darkness, which I don't want to be next to. I don't know where the light is. There should be a light. Oh, the light is over there. Nope, that's a false light. Frickin' A. If I spend too much time outside, I'll be in danger because I need to stay by the light. That's the issue. Oh, frick. Heck, darn. Drat. Dang. Curses. So the thing with the bugs is I need to kill the bugs as they're running around because I think they mess with my lighting. Yeah. So now I have no lights, right? And now these giant spirits are going to run around. Oh, the bugs are like floor traps. Oh, I'm dead. Whoops. Whoopsie. So dying doesn't actually do that much. Dying, there's very low consequence for death. It's just that now I don't get free money. I don't get free trade reputation with the trader. Yeah, so those bugs that I saw on the floor, now the bear trap's just going to chill there. Beans. So I want to trade with the trader, as the trader do. Actually, I don't even need to. I killed a dog. So we're at tier 4 upgrades. It's the final tier, I presume. I have to choose a negative, and I get to choose a benefit. So I deal double damage in melee when close to death. My vitality will increase. Once a day, I will be able to become invisible to enemies if I stay still. That sounds hilarious. Healing items will be less... I use my gun. So I don't want accuracy will decrease. So healing items are less effective. And honestly, like, I think the chameleon would be really funny. I think the invisibility... I'm assuming this will be my final upgrade. Also, I want to use my gun more. So I don't want melee damage. So I'm thinking like health or chameleon. I'm going to go chameleon. I think that's silly. I think that's stupid. I want to go stupid, go crazy. And now, just like in Dark Souls, just like in a Souls-like, I can grab my backpack. And I can grab all these. And I am dying from the bug that is there. Because the bug is cringe. What? Oh, it's just like spewing out poison there. Do I have to like break it? Nope, I can't break it. I'm about to die again. Well, that sucks. Oh, dying. That just started the day. Okay, so I need to grab my stuff. And I need to get out. So I didn't realize that dying that early in the day would just like start my day. Interesting. If you're invisible, I wasn't invisible. I didn't use it. There's poison in that room. That was the issue I was running into. I just dropped my armor. Yeah, I hear more fireworks. And people who set off fireworks. Why are you like this? So I need to sell some stuff. And the trader's gone, so I can't buy stuff from the trader because I died instantly. That sucks. I'm gonna go talk to the wolf trader. Wolf Trader's fun. We like the Wolf Trader. I'm going to sell some shells to him. I'm going to sell some meat to him. It's going to be so fun, right? Right? You know. Yeah, so I wasn't invisible. I simply got poisoned to death, independent of using a power. So I'm going to head down. I'm going to go on over to the Wolfman. The Wolfman, my husband, who calls me meat. He has a nice little pet name for me. And I'm going to talk to him and be like, hey, did you stuff all of those dead bodies? And he's going to be like, yeah, why? And I'm going to be like, nice, I just want to appreciate your artistry. Yeah, this game is silly sometimes. This game is certainly... I don't want to use my ability yet, because what if I need to use it? What if I need my ability? Yeah, so this building I have no idea how to get in here because I need a specific key. I need a key. I don't have a key. Beans. Just me constantly huffing and puffing because I'm running at low stamina. I am curious though, like, so in a game where you need a audio visual representation of being on like low stamina or low health or something, the best example I can think of is how, I think it's Pokemon Black and White did the health. Frickin' A. I took a perk where, or I took a debuff where I take like double damage from poison, which has really been hurting me. But like the Pokemon Black and White low health battle theme is probably the best representation I can think of. Yeah, Gen 5 mentioned Pog. So like Pokemon Gen 5 battle theme, when you're at low health, changes into a remix that has like a low health, like boop boop, boop boop, boop boop, in addition to the standard battle theme. And it's so cool, it's so Pog. And I'm surprised that, like, I'm wondering if there's anything better than that. So. Wolfman. Yes, meat. Nope, just I can't. Okay. He won't buy shells either. Great. So I came here for nothing. Oh. Great. Okay. Hello, you want more? I assume that you want more 40k is related to the fact that you're from 40k. I'm not gonna lie, I have no idea what to do next. Like, I might just look it up. You love the music in Gen 5, how unique theme for low health, unique theme for the last Pokemon of the gym. Really? I didn't know that. Because I haven't played most Pokemon games. Turning the annoying low health into a sound sample for music was Pog. That is extremely Pog of them. Like, do you think I could just like bang bang, you know? Yeah, I don't know what to do. Like, the only thing I can think of doing is going back to like the underground entrance, but even then I'm like, what would that accomplish? You feel? Like I could go down to Piotrek, see if he's gone. I suppose, like, because like I don't want to just like look stuff up, you know. I don't want to just like look up the answer to this. I want to actually like solve this by myself. But at the same time, if I spend like an hour just aimlessly wandering because every lead that I've gone down just led nowhere, I'm just gonna look it up. Amps up attention without giving a migraine. Yeah, exactly. Huh? Yeah, like I understand that you need a representation, like audio and visual, for low health. Oh, frick! J.K. Rowling. Sorry, force of habit. I understand it's not actually literally J.K. Rowling. I saw that and I thought of black mold. Yeah, so I understand there needs to be like an audio visual representation of it. Why does everyone go for just like an alarm noise is my question. I feel like there's so many better ways to represent low health. Whether it is just like the red on the corner of the screen that like Call of Duty or like shooters do, like maybe with like a Gospler or some sort of like like in the background kind of deal. Like that would work. Piotrek, let me come to your house, Piotrek. Alarm means I mean, yeah, but it's also like annoying and not in a, oh yeah, it's like, it keeps me on guard. It's like, no, it distracts me from playing productively because I'm so annoyed. Yeah, so Piotrek is not here. Because Piotrek left on his freaking machine. I'm gonna find his dead body. Oh! He blasted off again. Anything here? No? Okay, Piotrek is... what is that? Stab it. No? Nope. Never mind. Well, I assumed I could just stab it, but... I'm feeling kind of lost. I feel like an alarm more readily communicates. So I'm thinking... Legend of Zelda. Mario. Both of those are circumstances in which their solution is to just make a big FU alarm that interrupts your flow and like completely changes the mood. Which, like, I understand the point is make you tense, make you worried, make you feel like, oh no, I'm in danger. But like the big blaring alarm is just so... I feel like a more diegetic way to do it would be like you have a theme and you add in a really ominous like double bass, right? Or you add in the alarm sample for... You add in the alarm sample for like the Pokemon music. I feel as though altering the music would be more effective than just adding in a sound effect, personally. And maybe that's because like I don't understand sound design, I don't understand video game design, I'm just stupid. But I feel as though like the loud blaring alarm, yes, it does get your attention, but if you just took a big hit, you probably realize, holy heck, that took off 3 of my hearts. I need to be really careful. Oh. Oh, frick. And eat. Let us... Huh, weird. I don't know why that big dog was like already injured. Probably because it was like fighting the JK Rowling. Where do you go? There we go. There we go. All right, so we're in the black mold house. Careful. Don't catch black mold. Oh, frick these. Frick these things. They're so skittery. On sound design, I like how Hollow Knight cuts the music. Yeah. So it cuts the music, it slows down, it's super like a dramatic zoom in. I like that better. I think that's more like, oh, you very clearly got hit. We are communicating to you that you got hit. Than I'm gonna blare an alarm at you. Feel? Like... Where is it? Where is it? It's over here. Sack searched. Bed. Wardrobe. Underground entrance. So, yeah, I understand. It's meant to take your attention. So, I mean, my thought process is, why does it need your attention if you already have like a health bar that you can just look at a glance? You don't need to keep your attention on it. You already know, oh, I can look at my health bar. I see I'm at 1 heart. Therefore, you only need to be informed, hey, look at your health bar one time. I don't see why so many games want you to continue looking at it. Lock is my only way out. I won't be able to open it without my key. Look at the handle, press your ear. Look through the keyhole. Like, okay, genuinely, does anyone know or is willing to look up what to do next? Because, like, I actually have no clue what to do next. I am about to just look this up. Because I can't look at my map down here. Cringe. Man, my vocabulary has been utterly destroyed. This part of the passage is blocked. Are you freaking... I got poisoned. Again. By mushrooms I could have picked. Because I'm bad at video games. I'm going to end my streaming career. You don't know anything about this game? I am going to look up real quick. Darkwood underground entrance key. This contains minor spoilers. It is found in a corpse underneath a grave next to an old shed in the swamp. What is the swamp? Is the only biome in chapter 2. Chapter 2. The bunker entrance. Bunker entrance. It acts as a gateway between dry meadows and the swamp. A light source recommended. The door can be opened with a big metal key. The big metal key. Killing the doctor or agreeing to take into the underground extensions. The doctor. Where's the doctor? Chapter 1. During the course of chapter 1, the protagonist is trying to find the doctor while reclaiming the big metal key. Eventually, is confronted in a little camp inside the train wreck. After searching his abandoned house for clues to his location, okay, so what? So how do I get in the abandoned house? Because the abandoned house is that house that I tried going to and I said that I needed a key. What's, there's a train wreck dream? What? What? I'm lost. I'm not gonna lie, I have no idea what's happening. So, doctor's instructions is found in the village. It's access to the road to the village. What? I can go to the... Frickin', okay, fine, sure, whatever. I'm gonna go back over... What the heck? What the heck? I don't even know no more. Like... I'm all for games that are really confusing and like all over the place. This is just like completely lost me. And I tried going into the village. I tried going on the road to the village and it just didn't lead anywhere. It didn't let me go. So I was so confused. A stopping game for half a second would be a good idea and muting the sounds. Yeah. Because like with Hollow Knight, that's basically what they do, right? Let's just cover that right back up. I'm going to head back. It is currently 1400. That's 2 p.m. I have about until like 8 p.m. I'm gonna go back to the Silent Forest. I didn't have a dream when I leveled up. What? That's weird. Heading back to the Silent Forest. In the Silent Forest, I'm going to go down past Pietrok's place, down to the road to the village, which I couldn't enter before, so I guess I'm going to enter now. I wonder if the wolf is here. Hello, wolf. Hello. Nope, you're just chilling. I do wonder what happens if I just, like, pop him from behind, you know? Like, he takes himself out with 2 shots to the back of the head. Beans. I'm not gonna lie. With Darkwood, this might be my final stream of it. Like, this is going on much longer than I expected. There's multiple chapters past what I was expecting, and I'm just not having as much fun as I was initially. So this might be my final Darkwood stream, and then I will probably start up Titanfall the following week. So I guess that's my thought process here. Because, like, jeebus crisp, this is much more than I was expecting. Another Arrow Scare stream? No, this is Arrow Confused. I've been wandering okay, to be fair, in the first stream I was Australian and in Plato's Cave, but like an hour after that, I've just been confused and not knowing where to go. And that's kind of how I've been all game. What? Oh, we have a JK Rowling. Be on your guard. I feel like it's kind of improper of me to constantly refer to these creatures as J.K. Rowlings, purely because I encountered one in an area with black mold. Frickin' A. Okay, I'm about to die, so, that sucks. Well, I guess I'm dying, like... I'm like, oh, I can go up to my well up here if I can reach it before I die. Arrow's always confused? I am always confused. You know this about me. You ain't special. You ain't unique. Who you think you are? Trying to pretend like you're something that you're not just because, oh, Arrow's confused. Yeah, Arrow's always confused. What do you want about? Oh, gosh. I'm gonna go back up to my base. The little badge says I can remove it if you want. You don't have to be a VIP. You can just be a normal person that has a redeem devoted to executing you. If that's what you really want. You call me special all the time in DMs? Yeah? Name one time. Name one time. Although, I am curious if you have any thoughts as a Pokemon aficionado. What are your thoughts on the fact that in Pokemon they so often just like spam you with really loud noises when you're at low health? Like Pokemon 5, like Gen 5 aside, how do you feel about the fact that just so often Pokemon is not groovy with it? Is just kind of like Legend of Zelda Mario, just like, hey, loud blaring noises. Right. I did call you special when you couldn't figure it out. Yeah, you're special, all right. Goodness gracious. Oh, I hear an animal. I hear a creature. It's a dog. I'm gonna pet this dog. And I'm petting this dog so well, it's gonna take a nap afterwards. I love petting dogs. They're so cute. Pokemon near death alarms send you into a tizzy. That's the thing. They can do so much more with it. They can do, like, and they obviously did do more with it with, like, Gen 5. But it's just, like, Pokemon could do so more. It's so disappointing. It's like, really? There's just, like, a permanent thing there now? Okay. Alright. Wait, I don't even need to be in here. Why am I in there? Why did I go in there? I wanted to go in here. Let me cook. And I think... Jeez. I think I'm done with Darkwood. I'm not gonna lie. I'm so just like not feeling it. So I'm gonna pivot. I'm going to pivot to a chatting. And I'm probably going to yap about TTRPGs is my answer. Because we have MS Paint to use. Ah, beans. I need to unfilter my MS Paint. And let me go to just chatting. Okay, let me drink some water. And what I could do, instead of just chatting, I could decide to... Actually, let me put on my fan. I could work on the Stone Age TTRPG, which I was trying to do yesterday, and I just didn't. So this could be my productivity stream. So I've shifted off of Darkwood because I'm just not feeling it. I'm probably done with Darkwood now. I'm going to shift over to the Titanfall 2 campaign next week. I could work on the Stone Age TTRPG right now because that is something I was trying to do yesterday. And I want to set up like exploration systems. I want to have an exploration system that actually has legs to it, that you can walk along, that you can find momentum with outside of just, hey, do you have enough rations and are you going to like roll so that you die of dysentery on the Oregon Trail? Like, I feel as though I can either go a very in-depth way of running that, or I could focus more on like just the narrative, because there's nothing wrong with an exploration game. Thanks for the follow, Axolotl. There's nothing wrong with an exploration system where it is you're at point X, you're at point Y. It will take 3 events to get there. So yeah, low Pokemon volume death sounds. Like, listen, you could do so much more. Even Hollow Knight was brought up as just like a, hey, like stop the music, zoom in, like do a slight like sound, because it's just like, hey, you got hit. That's what matters. You don't need to be constantly alerted. Hey, look at the fact you have 1 health. Look at the fact that you have 1 heart. Look at the fact you have 1 Pokemon remaining at low health or whatever. I even think a little bum bum when you hit low health and that's it would be sufficient. You don't need the constant reminder of like once every second and a half. Who gets hit in Hollow Knight? I don't know. How long did it take you to beat Path of Pain? But no, so I kind of want to. Okay, so let me open up the TTRPG. I wanted to go more in depth, but I might pull it back a bit. 1 session. I mean, it took me like 2 hours, so I guess 2 hours is less than a session. Honestly, Path of Pain, not nearly as bad as people hyped it up to be. Obviously, it still sucked. Obviously, it still took me multiple hours, and I would not have done it if it were not for folks wanting me to do it. But, like, it wasn't nearly as bad as I thought it was, and then I had to go through it a second time. Like, because I went through it, I got to the final boss, I fought him. Or, like, the 2 guards or whatever, I fought them. They killed me the first time, and then I had to go back and, like, oh no, like, woo. And then I missed, or no, was this something else? It was a different route where I missed the lever at the end, so I had to go back and do the entire route again. Well, session was like 45 minutes. I find it hard to stay focused while playing Hollow Knight for a long time. That's fair. I mean, whenever I play a game, and it is not a like active experience, for instance, Dispatch is like an active experience where stuff is always happening because it is a story game. Something like Darkwood can lose my interest very quickly. And something like Hollow Knight, similarly, can lose my interest very quickly, because unless I'm doing something, it doesn't feel like progress is being made. We need, back to Pokemon yapping, what else do we need? We need a gun type. I understand that's just steel, but like we need a gun Pokemon. We need a gun Pokemon, and it needs to turn other Pokemon into ghost types. That is my contribution to Game Freak. I think that we need less yokai-inspired Pokemon, and we need more Pokemon. We need to full send the stop making them animals, stop making them yokai, stop making them inspired by like traditional myths. Just make them a gun We already have a sword and a shield. Multiple swords and shields. Remoraid. I don't know what Remoraid. I know artillery. Remoraid. Pokemon. This is not a revolver. This is a fish. What do you want about Rory? Are you telling me that if I walked into a bank with this and I said, yo, everyone, put the money in the bag, and I held up this fish, people would take me seriously? Look at the cylinders. I see the cylinders on the back. Can you insert bullets into them? Can you insert water jets into them? Hydro pumps into them? The beta design was more like a gun, but the design still lingers. Yes, you can. I can. Is it like a pitcher of water? Okay, how hard would a pitcher of water go where the spout is like a barrel and the handle is like, right? So it's like, and then the design of the lid that you can take off is like a cylinder that has the different chambers within it. I feel like that's very American of me to say, but I do think it would be very funny. You sent the beta to my DMs. Oh, but yeah, this is like... See, this is significantly more Revolver. This is something that I could see Shark Boy wielding. In the classic feature film Shark Boy and Lava Girl, I could see Shark Boy whipping this out. It would just, because he was so edgy, it would have to like look like that. But like, look at the difference here. No thoughts, only murder. No thoughts, only murder. Octillery does have a helmet, no? They got rid of Octillery's helmet? Octillery. What? I thought he had a helmet. Why? Why would you do that to him? Because like, this is literally just an octopus artillery. That's what the name is. But like, it fires out stuff from its mouth, right? It used to have a helmet. Did they? Look how they massacred my boy. They turned him into sashimi. Well, Ika is squid. What's octopus? With the helmet, it was a tank. Proves how old Arrow is. You know what? Just because I'm not one of these Gen Alphers, just because I'm not one of these Gen Zers, just because I am not in the position, I'm not a millennial. I'm not a Gen X. I am a self-identified boomer. And I will be one of the good ones. I will be the one that when you come over to my house because your parents make you go visit like grandparent Arrow, you will come to my house and I will have that tray of cookies that are like shortbread, and you open it and you're disappointed that it's filled with sewing equipment. It's actually going to have cookies. It's actually going to have the shortbread in it. Because what? I don't remember this. This is not what I was thinking of. I was thinking of Octillery. But he had like a military helmet on, right? So it was a helmet that was like, right? I thought that was the OG design, which like, obviously this is still like a military helmet. This is more like shock troop, right? I was imagining more of like a more modern military style helmet. And I don't remember why I was thinking that. Heresy put the sewing... Why would I put sewing equipment in a cookie container? Like, obviously, listen, a container's a container. An Altoids container will contain anything but Altoids. But like, the shortbread cookies are not bad. The shortbread cookies are not bad in that circumstance. Oh no. Oh no, we all know what this is. We need to prepare the attack on the Borderwise. Everyone, open fire. Defend yourselves. Hey, Border. You know how this works. Oh, I have to wait. Oh, shout out was already given. Nice. Yeah, so we now have active defenses for raids where we actually have a little timer that goes on. We have a little counter that stays up. And so, yeah, you can get executed in real time. You're back from vacation. Hello, Dree. How was your stream, Border? What was going on with you? Yeah, we were playing some Darkwood. And now I'm just kind of feeling like... I feel like I want to do some TTRPG dev. Making an exploration system for a Stone Age TTRPG. And let's go tabletop role-playing games. And let's have it not update to tabletop role-playing games. So I need to select tabletop role-playing games again. Cool. Got shot 15 times, 0 out of 10. Still more fun than getting run over by a car. My delicate flesh. Scene was good. It was the patriotic stream I've ever done. Oh, so to the US, right? You're a US patriot? I'll send you a Kiwi on Blue Sky. Love it. I use a 20mm phalanx CIWS against raiders. I use the collective imagination and malice of a community of, well, to be quite gentle, silly goobers who I provided firearms to, much like an arms dealer, and simply said, what would happen if I gave you all firearms and then I sold you ammunition? And I learned quite quickly, I can make a bank off of that. Sometimes you remove your skin, that's fair. I mean, like, if you have to, like, wash it. You're a Kiwi. You're patriotic about silly flightless birds. Ah, understood. You're an ostrich lover. But yeah, if you don't know who I am, I'm Arrow. I mostly am on YouTube. I talk TTRPGs. And today, I was yapping earlier. I was just kind of like all over the place. Now, though, I think we're going to be productive. We're going to talk a TTRPG that I'm making. We're going to talk a Stone Age TTRPG that's very Spore-like. Ostriches are not silly. They're terrifying. No, you're thinking of cassowaries. Like, if we want to talk terrifying, we're going to talk cassowaries. If you want to talk silly, we'll talk ostriches. But I am making a Stone Age Civilization TTRPG. Think like Spore as a TTRPG. And it's a very exploration-oriented system. I'm trying to think, how can I make travel interesting? How can I make moving from one location to another interesting? And I like the idea of you setting a pace of travel that determines how fast you are and also how many issues you hit into, as well as, like, I like the idea of having roles. I like the idea of, like, you're in a troop and you choose what role you are. So, like, you're the leader, the navigator, or whatever. You can make it interesting by making them actually walk that distance IRL. So what happens if they have to walk a distance, like, half the circumference of the Earth? Because then they have to go to a place that's far away and then I can't keep running the session. Like, if it's the full distance of the Earth, then obviously they can just, like, make their way back around. Oh, make it a loop. I got you. Ostriches can one-shot a lion? Hello? Like, with their foot? Like, just with a kick? Did they learn from you? Is that what this is? But would a treadmill be acceptable, Azusa? No, with a bazooka. Okay, you know what? That's on me. I have never seen confirmation an ostrich doesn't know how to use a bazooka. I was not assuming the ostrich would be able to bazooka effectively. And that's on me. That is a representation of my personal biases. What makes it interesting is going outside. I don't know. TTRPG players going outside. I don't know about that one. I don't know if we can manage that. But I do like the theory. I like the idea behind it. So potentially we could workshop this. What if we start where if it's under a day of travel, you have to leave your basement that you're dwelling in. You're a basement dweller as a TTRPG player, of course. So you have to leave the basement, but you can stay within the house. And then if it's a larger than a day of travel, leaving the house counts as your first day. That might be misinformation, my bad, just double check. See, like, ostriches obviously will mess you up. Because anything that is like human sized or larger will mess you up. But like cassowaries are the one that I'm like, oh, I can't actually leave the basement. My wife handcuffed me to the pipes. I mean, like, as long as you consented beforehand and like have active ways of communicating, like, sure, go off. Listen, I didn't choose the basement bedroom. It was assigned to me. Honestly, where I'm at right now, I'm in California. Yesterday was hot. It was hot. And like today is fine. Today I have my fan on, but I'm currently in a sweater, right? I'm in a sweater because I just threw it on before stream because it's comfy. But yesterday was, I don't even know how much it was in Fahrenheit or in Celsius, but like it was, I was sweating with the fan on me and both my windows open. And I also made the decision to go for a run. And it was like, it was tough. I went for a run with no water on one of the hottest days I've experienced in the past couple weeks. Arrow writing the sound owls make. Hoot. Yesterday was hot, today is fine. My wife is both. Nice. We do love a good old fashioned like wife gal, just obsessed with their wife. But with travel, I was thinking, you want to go from location X to location Y. You set, like, you know what direction it is, and you have to go there because it's Stone Age TTRPG. You don't have writing. You don't even have very good maps. So there's biomes that you travel through in the way, and each biome requires a certain amount of successes to pass. Therefore, with your successes, you make progress, and then if one biome has 2, and then 3, and then 2, and then 4, you would need to make 2 to get through the first one, 3 to get through the second one, 2, and then 4 gets you to your destination. That's my idea. And then what you do is you take on roles, and you choose a travel pace in order to make this facilitated. You know the route you're supposed to take, but you don't share it with them, so you make them go outside and figure it out. No phones, no nothing. Yeah, so this is for a Stone Age TTRPG. So I'm not gonna actually do the IRL thing, but this is a circumstance where I think it's reasonable to say, hey, every biome, like roll 1d12. I could do it based on biome. Could do it based on biome. So what I have right now is we have this, right? Ignore the fact that there's like jingly keys in the background, and ignore the fact that like there's a fire, and ignore the fact that there's like text flying across the screen. This is just standard Stone Age stuff. Don't worry about it. I am going to make this more transparent, though. So, are you an idea for a TTRPG where it's set in our world, and instead of role-playing stuff, you actually go out and do it? That's just hanging out with your friends. Like Dreek. I'm sorry to say that is just improv at worst, and just hanging out with your friends at its most typical. You did do Dungeons & Dragons IRL combat. The wizard was given a spray bottle of rubbing alcohol and a lighter. That sounds wildly unsafe, but very funny. Like an Oregon Trail game. So less an Oregon Trail game, and more so a game that involves an Oregon Trail subsystem. The main point of this game is it's a TTRPG. You go around, you create your species. From your species, you play as a creature, and your creature gets up to shenanigans. You're like negotiating with other tribes, and you're getting into like Stone Age warfare, and you're crafting supplies, all of that good stuff. And the exploration, the travel, is something that is secondary to that. So what I have right now is that every cycle is made up of 4 time slots. 1 in the day, 3 at night, because in this setting, the night is 3 times as long as the day. Every time slot, you can either be active or passive. Active is you're making progress. Passive is you're not. And then you have to spend at least 1 passive, or else you will take injuries because you need to sleep. And then when it's active, you make a roll and you advance that many segments on whatever that biome's like tree is, whatever. So if it's a 2-tree biome, it takes 2 successes to get through. If it's a 3-tree biome, it takes 3 successes to get through. And then you have different roles that determines like, hey, if you're the leader, you choose where to go. If you're the navigator, you can help make progress by rolling in addition to the leader. If you're a scout, you make it so you can potentially avoid obstacles that you would encounter. It was quite unsafe. The barbarian was dual wielding hammers from a tool chest. Lucky he didn't really go for anyone's head. That's crazy. Like, listen, I say this as someone who, like, back when I was a teenager, I had my friends over. There's some woods behind my house, and we took like a tomahawk and a hatchet, and we were like throwing axes at each other. And one of the times in one of my friend's basements, there's a sack of potatoes, and for whatever reason, we were just pelting each other with potatoes. Like, we didn't have a potato gun or anything. We were just like nailing each other in the back with potatoes. You're kind of crazy. Listen, we all a bit crazy. Nothing wrong with that. Crazy respect crazy. Game respect game. So I'm wondering, with the exploration system, as what friends do exactly. As what friends do. You had a scooter that had rocket powers? What the heck? So, do we think we like the idea? Like, if you're playing a system, do you like the idea of like, you're the scout, you're the navigator, we have different roles that we can do? Or do we say, screw all this, and it's just make a check and you encounter an obstacle? If it like, and then you describe what the obstacle is and how you overcame it. You encounter a random bandit that's trying to fight you. How do you handle the obstacle? You encounter a weather storm. What do you handle? I want a mix of the two. I want it to be more than just entirely narrative. I do want it to be a little bit of rolling. I do want it to be a challenge to travel, but I don't want it to be like you spend an entire session traveling and doing nothing else and there's no role playing, right? I don't want it to turn into a board game. So, let me drink some water. What if what we do is every time slot, every day has 1 time slot, every night has 3, making up a cycle. So it's a solar cycle. At the start of a time slot, the leader decides if the slot will be active or passive. Active means traveling, but may also involve fighting or crafting. A weapon doing something. Actually, I don't think this is updated. I think I worked on this. My apologies. I have 2 documents of this because privacy reasons. So let me grab this. My apologies. So rolls. Time slots. Where's the time slots? Right, so I have 3 paces in mind, and I'm thinking every day has 1 time slot, every night has 3, making up a cycle. At the start of each time slot, the leader declares it as a active or passive time slot. Then for active time slots, the leader declares the troops' pace. I want to make pace a thing. I want, like, you're cautious, you're confident, you're careless. I want it to be a thing where you have the option of so active and passive, and then you have your paces. Then for active slots, the leader declares the troop's pace. This determines how quickly the troop progresses. And I want what it to be is it's more dangerous to move faster. What becomes soup do? It just deletes all your messages. So it is a self-purge, as the lore of the soup is that you get sent off to the front lines. And if you come back, you survived. Great. Purging the weak bans a random other chatter for 15 seconds. If you spam it, then you're going to get banned yourself. So it's something where when, for instance, Border raided, we all shot him and you. So that's what we do here, is that whenever we get a raider, it's just open fire. So the leader declares the troop's pace. This determines how quickly the troop progresses and how vulnerable they are to obstacles. That time slot's obstacle. So slow and measured. You're a bad fan. It's okay. Were you here like 2.5 hours late? You can also target specific individuals.
Be gone!
So you advocated for a D10. This system is a D12 and 2D6 system. This is a system where you start at a D12. You're in a Discord mod meeting. You're fine. You're fine. You didn't miss 2.5 hours of chat. You missed an hour of chaos, and then an hour of Darkwood, and now like 20 minutes of TTRPG talk. Like, I think I'm done with Darkwood for now. Like, I might come back to it later. I don't plan to. I'm just not having that much fun. And folks don't seem to be enjoying it. So I'm going to swap over to Titanfall 2 next stream. An hour of chaos. No, not about TTRPG stuff. I tried explaining distortions multiple times and I just failed. I am so hungry right now. I don't know why. Probably because I had like 2 waffles for breakfast. I need to eat something. Normally I have a protein shake before stream. Explaining what? I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. I do not remember what I said. So yeah, that's my answer. Do I ever? I could make rice. I could, during the next ad break, I could leave my computer. I could go put on rice. And then by the next ad break after that, in like 2 hours, an hour and a half, I could have rice. Should have had 3. I do have another waffle. 2, I was very full after 2. I will say. I am at the point in my life where I cannot have the portion sizes that I used to when I was like a teenager. Like 2 waffles or 2 pancakes or whatever would generally be fine for me as a teenager, but I could usually like have another one. Like I was like full after like a waffle and a half, and then I ate the last half of my waffle because I'm like, I need to like fill myself for stream. Now I'm like, my stomach is growling. Change the world. My final message. Goodbye. So you're playing a TTRPG. You're traveling, and travel is supposed to be a major part of the game, but is not supposed to be super complicated. I'm so sorry. I forgot to mute myself. That's embarrassing. I'm normally so good about that. Do you want to choose events? So I think what it is, every time slot, okay, so I think what it is, at the beginning of every time slot, one player rolls 2d6. If they roll 6 to 8, if they roll 7, it is an uneventful day. So rolls 2d6. Then they consult the pace. At the beginning of every active time slot, one player rolls 2d6. Then they consult the pace, the troop's pace. And what this does, confident is standard. A confident pace is standard. And then this would be a 7 is an uneventful day. Or I think this would be a 6 to 8 is an uneventful day. A 5 or lower is a obstructive weather event. A 9 or higher is an obstructive creature or wildlife encounter. And then for a cautious pace is slow and measured, right? And then this is a cautious pace is a 5 to 9 is uneventful because you're being so careful, right? So it's a 4 or lower and a 10 or higher. And then a careless pace is rapid without regard for safety. And this would be a 6 or lower. This would just be a 7. And then this would be an 8. So the idea with this is that the slower you move, the less likelihood you have to encounter danger. Going through safer or dangerous roads could change the dice. So what this is going to be is that a lot of these rolls that I have, and I don't know if I'm going to keep them, right? But if a creature makes a task, so rolls, in their preferred region, which all of the species are like adapted to a specific region. So for instance, plains or mountains or subterranean or coastal, it's always easy, right? So if they are in their native region and they know the area, it's always easy. And if it's only one of those things, like they're a native of the tundra and they're in the tundra, but they don't know this specific tundra, it can't be improbable. So there are 3 difficulties of roll: easy, possible, improbable. Improbable is really difficult. Easy is very easy. Possible is normal. If you know the area, it can't be improbable. If you are from a similar region, it can't be improbable because you have experience in this, right? And then if both are true, it's always easy. So, okay. At the beginning of every time slot, then they control the troops' pace. A passive time slot is always considered cautious. Always considered standard. So a cautious pace is so. Back in, wait, no more Darkwood. Yeah, I wrapped up on Darkwood for today. I'm probably done with it for now. Just like, because I just was not having that much fun and I was totally lost. So I'm back to the TTRPG. I'm back to actually being productive, right? So a confident pace. And then on a cautious pace. And on a careless pace. Right? So now what we're doing, every time slot you roll 2d6. Then you control the pace. A passive time slot is always considered cautious. So if you're like hunkered down, you are considered cautious. A confident pace is standard. Every active time slot, you automatically advance the biome tree by 1. And then this is every active time slot, you automatically advance the biome tree by 2. However, obstacles are more likely. And then obstacles are less likely. Right? So it's the idea of, do you want to be slow and safe or fast and risky? With obstacles, this will be you encounter enemies that want to fight you. You encounter a storm that is like bad weather patterns. You gotta go enjoy the kiwi I sent you, and happy productivity. Happy productivity to you as well, Border. Wait, TTRPG are we on? Kane Magnagothica? This is my homebrew, like custom TTRPG that I'm making. Not to be released yet. I'm still like working on it, obviously. But my plan with this is to playtest it. Like, actually, like, and spoilers for anyone who's here right now. This might actually be a system that I playtest on the Discord, where I will grab other content creators, and in VC, I will play this system to playtest it, and we can kind of like all figure out the rough edges together. And so the idea would be is that like I grab Rory and we hop on my Discord server in a public VC, and we have it on like stadium mode. So it's just him and me talking, but everyone can listen if they want. They can be there if they want. I'm not gonna like stream it or anything, but you'd be able to like see how I run a game. You could see like how I handle curveballs thrown my way. So that's the goal. But right now we need to figure out travel. Travel is important. Time slots. One time slot for the day, 3 time slots for the night. At the beginning of every active time slot, you declare pace. This is how fast you are and how vulnerable you are to obstacles. Confident, cautious, careless. At the beginning of every time slot, one player rolls 2d6. The same player cannot roll again until every player has rolled. Right, so that's just like if you have 4 people, it's going to be like every time slot someone rolls differently. If you have 2 people, it's just back and forth. But the goal is that like one person doesn't roll every single time. So the same player cannot roll again until every player is rolled. Then they consult the troop's pace. A passive time slot is always considered cautious. On a confident pace, cautious pace, or careless pace, this just determines how often you will encounter obstacles. And then the player who rolled decides the nature. Is an uneventful day. I think what I do is a 2 is a catastrophic weather event, and a 12 is a catastrophic creature or wildlife encounter. And then I think I just have like a nat 20 equivalent and a nat 1 equivalent for this across the board. So like, how do we feel about this? What? Oh, I did that. That's what it is. So I doubled up some of these. Whoops. A 3 to 4, a 10 to 11, and then this is a 8 to 11 for a 3 to 6. Right? So like, do you see what I'm going for? It's the idea of you want to get as close to 7 as possible, which is why you start by rolling 1d12. But if you're better at it, if you have a scout, you can end up making it a 2d6, which is going to be way more likely to be in that 7 range. How many cats is that? I would say it's a normal amount of cats, but it's way too many dogs, right? So the player decides the nature of the obstacle. So the player who rolled decides the nature of the obstacle, as well as so actually wait. An immediate, whether it a foreboding, a possible. So what if you roll 2 or a 12, it happens instantly. If you roll 3 to 4 or 10 to 11 or like 3 to 6 or an 8 to 11, then it's on the horizon, right? A oncoming, right? So it's an immediate weather event versus an oncoming weather event. So that means is it's if you roll anything other than like a 2 or a 12, you have time to prepare. Right? I like that. So, if the obstacle is an immediate, if the obstacle is immediate, it happens at the start of the time slot without warning before any tasks are made. It takes up, responding to it takes up that time slot, meaning the troop cannot advance, cannot make travel tasks, cannot attempt travel tasks. If the obstacle is oncoming, it will happen at the start of the following time slot before any tasks are made. Responding to it takes the time slot, meaning the troop cannot attempt travel tasks. The troop may be able to avoid or prepare for the obstacle prior to its arrival. So this is the idea of a storm is on the horizon. You see a group of enemy creatures off in the distance. These are dangerous woods. There savages about. The idea being is that it's, if you plan for it, you can avoid it or set yourself up for success. I still think I think it's in either case, responding to an obstacle, when an obstacle arrives, responding to it takes up that time slot, meaning the troop cannot attempt travel tasks. They may still advance based on their pace. So this is, if you're going recklessly, carelessly, you still are advancing 2 nodes per advancement, despite the fact that like 11 out of 12 times you're going to encounter something, which means you're constantly going to be slowed down because you're not being careful. However, you're still going to always have that guaranteed, like, you're moving forward 2, you're moving forward 2, you're moving forward 2. This is very active. Like, there's constant, like, even if you're rolling 2d6 and you're going cautiously, you're still going to roll an obstacle, like, fairly frequently. And even if you're confident, you're still going to roll a obstacle fairly frequently. So this is going to be very active. Travel is going to be dangerous, but it's not always going to be you encounter bandits. Sometimes it will just be inclement weather. So if the obstacle is immediate, it happens at the start of the time slot without warning before any tasks are made. If the obstacle is oncoming, it will happen at the start of the following time slot before any tasks are made. At the start. If that's oncoming, it will happen any time of the GM's choice after the current time slot, but before the end of the cycle. So this could be, we get a poor weather obstacle, and we, like, the day, we have 1 time slot, we roll it then. So we have the entire day to travel. And then there's a huge storm that hits at night. What if we want to encounter the bandits? What if I want them to try? I mean, you can. The troop may be able to avoid or prepare for the obstacle prior to its arrival. In either case, when an obstacle arrives, responding to it takes up that time slot, meaning the troop cannot attempt travel tasks. They may still advance based on their pace if the time slot is active. Okay, so how are we feeling? I think we need to better define what is a weather event and what is a creature or wildlife event. So I also think we have discovered what scouts can do, because scouts are meant to make this obstacle roll easier. And I think that the main thing is that, like, so the leader, they are allowed to make a check to further the each active time slot, the leader may make a check to further the troop's progress. This check is always easy if in their preferred if the creature makes a travel task in one of the species' preferred regions and or knows the area well, it can never be, the task can never be impossible. Let's grab that. And I think we do this travel tasks based on their role, right? Like that's what we're gonna say. So based on their role, based on their role in the troop, different creatures can attempt special tasks to benefit the troop. These are travel, I'll say troop tasks. These are troop tasks. These are troop tasks, which can normally only be made during active time slots and cannot be assisted. However, they can benefit from items and not appendages, what are they called? What is a part of a creature called? Is it an adaptation? I think it's an adaptation. Traits is what I call them. And traits like normal. If you want a detailed and good exploration system, I really recommend you to see how the Adventurer Conqueror King system does it. Also, hello, hey Gold. What I want, really, is I want a little bit of Mythic Bastion land. Does that make sense? Organ, limb, no, so it's traits, because it's not just organs and limbs, it's also like bioluminescence, it is wings, it is moss growths, it is nails, as it is like hard shell egg laying. So they're more than just organs, they're traits. Another gold! So my thing with the travel system is I'm looking for, because this is a Stone Age TTRPG we're making, right? So there's no roads, at least not many roads. You're not like riding carriages. You are like physically walking from one location to another through hostile, unexplored environments without a map, without a note written on instructions. So I want it to be streamlined enough that the average like 2026 player will not get frustrated by it. But I want it to be intense enough that the flavor of the system, that the story behind the system supports the story of the game. So roles. When you're traveling in a troop, you choose a role. There's always one leader. So I think this goes there, and that goes like that, because this is a subheader under roles. And this is talking about like you get special travel troop tasks based off what your role is. So as a leader, At the beginning of every time slot, you decide if it's active or passive. For active time slots, the leader also chooses a pace. When a biome's tree completes, the leader chooses which direction to continue moving, entering a new biome at the end of the time slot. Each active time slot, the leader may make a check to further the troop's progress. This check is always easy if it's in their species preferred region. So I can just delete that because this already, we have this up here. Each active time slot, they may make a check to further the troop's progress, may make a troop task, may attempt a troop task to further the troop's progress. Every success advances the current biome's tree by 1. That is how long it takes to get through a biome. At first, I was thinking biomes would be like 2 to 4. I think biomes are probably going to be like in the 5 to 9 range, right? Because we're thinking by foot or hoof or wing or slithering, you are traveling through a very dense forest. You are traveling through a field that has fingers growing out of it as blades of grass. Like, how long would it take to get through that biome? I think it should probably take, assuming you're just spending all day walking, probably a full day to get through most biomes. Meaning, if you are at a confident pace, that is 1 per time slot, you're doing 3 time slots, that's 3. So already baseline 3. And then you are rolling as the leader. Let's say you get 2 more successes, that's 5. I think an easy biome to get through should be like 5-ish, maybe 6-ish. So that means a hard one is probably going to be like 12. Okay. So the navigator, I don't know how to do this. So if you have any ideas, let me know. The navigator, I want to be able to have the fantasy of you are someone that knows how to navigate the stars. You are someone that can read the trails of nearby creatures and figure out what's going on. The navigator's job is to help not get lost. And I didn't want to add a you get lost mechanic because I feel like the you get lost mechanic is just it's not narratively fulfilling, right? You get lost can be fun, but it seems like it would get way too complicated way too quick. Maybe what we can do is we can we could add something where you like roll a d6 after every cycle and you reduce the amount of progress on your biome tree, where it's the idea of like just kind of naturally getting lost, and then the a navigator combats that, perhaps. Because we have our paces. So let's do the scout real quick, right? The scout is, we want the scout to be able to influence the obstacle roll. When a player rolls for the cycle's obstacle, any scout may increase or decrease the die roll by 1. Any scout that doesn't influence may make it. So I think when a scout rolls for the cycle's obstacle, they may increase or decrease the die roll by 1 for every scout in the troop after the check is rolled. This being, I am a scout. I roll for the obstacle for a time slot for the time slots obstacle. They may increase or decrease the die roll by 1 for every scout in the troop after the check is rolled. So I am a scout, and also gold for XP is also another scout. I am rolling. I roll a 9, and we have a confident pace. I can decrease that down to an 8, and suddenly we don't have a monster because we avoided it. The navigator. I like the idea of being able to read the stars, but I don't want to force you to like only be able to read the stars. And if I say like you could, when the cycle begins, choose a time slot. I mean, that's just boring, because I was going to when the cycle begins to choose the time slot, you automatically advance for that time slot, right? It could be whenever you are not at a careless pace, advance one more, right? It could be, because I want the navigator to be someone who slow and steady wins the race. I want the navigator to be someone that benefits from you are reading the signs. I mean, it could just be like when you have a navigator. I mean, it could just be your navigator. Every navigator is able to assist the leader in their troop task. Right? So it's the idea of, as a navigator, normally the leader just makes the roll without any bonuses, but you as a navigator can make it more impactful. You can help them out, right? And then once per cycle, the navigator, a navigator may roll. Once per cycle, a navigator may attempt a troop task to further the troops' progress in addition to the leaders. So once per cycle, during an active time slot, a navigator may attempt a troop task to further the troops' progress in addition to the leader's troop task. I don't like that. I like the idea of the navigator being able to facilitate more effective travel. Maybe the navigator. Maybe the navigator, or the scout is the one with the obstacles, right? The scout deals with obstacles. The navigator deals with progress. The leader is... Maybe it's literally just like each active time slot, a navigator may attempt a troop task to further the troop's progress. Every success advances the current biome tree by 1. So it could just be leader doesn't actually roll. Leader just gives you the ability to make decisions. And so the navigator and the navigators are responsible for actually like moving you forward. Okay. So then you have to have at least one leader because they have to be able to make decisions. And then you'll generally want at least one navigator. The scout makes it so that each navigator may attempt a troop task to further troops progress. Every success advances biome's tree by 1. So like if what is to stop you from just being like, hey, we have one leader and we have 3 navigators, and all of our navigators are going to roll, and all of our navigators get 2 successes, and we just get all the way through this biome. Well, once per cycle during an active time slot, so during an active time slot, a navigator may attempt a troop task to further the troop's progress. Each success advances the current biome's tree by 1. A single time slot cannot have more than 1 navigator attempt this troop task at a time. Though other navigators may assist them on this check. So it's the idea of if you have like 3 navigators, it's only 1 per roll. one per time slot. Even if you have 3 navigators, only one of them is rolling at a time, but the other 2 can help them. So it's still more effective to have more navigators. It's just not like we have 3 of them all rolling, and then they each get like 2, 3 successes, and we have like 6 successes. Okay, I like it. Scout. When a scout rolls for the time slot's obstacle, they may increase or decrease the roll by 1 for every scout in the troop after the check is rolled. They may increase or decrease the die roll by a number up to the however many scouts there are. They may, when a scout rolls for the time slot's obstacle, they may increase or decrease the die roll by 1 as many times as there are scouts in the troop after the check is rolled. They may increase or decrease the die roll by 1 after the check is rolled as many times as there are scouts in the troop. So this means if there are 3 scouts, you can decrease it -1, -2, or -3, or you can decrease it or increase it +1, +2, +3. It's not necessarily, it has to be -3, which I think is important. And so you get more benefits from more navigators, you get more benefits from more scouts. And then for hunters, each active time slot, a hunter may attempt a troop task to gather food. This check is always, we already have this. Every success requires enough food or ether to feed a single creature for an entire slot, for an entire, did I make it cycle based? Energy consumption. Every cycle a creature must consume energy. Okay. For an entire cycle. So the hunter, they're not helping immediately, they're helping you not die. Each active time slot, a hunter may attempt a troop task to gather food. Every success requires enough food or ether to feed a single creature for an entire cycle, or partially feed 2 creatures for a cycle. Extra successes can be retained. Extra successes mean an abundance of food. Extra successes mean an abundance of food, which can last into the next cycle. So if you have a hunter who your active slot is 3 times, what if it's each passive time slot? A hunter may attempt a troop task to gather food. Every success acquires enough food. And then I think a builder. So the hunter is actually a passive one. Just as I think the builder, each passive time slot, a builder may attempt a troop task to construct shelter or an item. Every success may attempt to each passive time slot, a builder may attempt a troop task to construct a shelter or item. It follows the normal task rules for this, but may only be assisted by other builders. So the idea being is that there's already rules in place for like, hey, I want to build a shelter. Hey, I want to build a shield. Hey, I want to like craft an urn. But this is just saying like, hey, during a time slot, your role is you're building, so you're going to focus on building and helping others, right? It follows the normal rules for the to construct something or assist another builder. If they choose to construct something, they may make a number of... They may attempt They may make a number of checks equal to their troop task successes. So they, if they choose to, so they may make a number of checks equal to their troop task successes. They may make a number of checks to construct items or shelter, to construct or repair items, shelter, or anything else equal to their, so they may make a number of checks equal to their task successes to construct or repair items, shelter, or anything else they can build. Any builder may, they may also spend one of their successes in order to assist another builder on their check, on a check. So in building, there's a system in place where you can like create items, you can repair items, you can like building shelter is just a tree. Trees in this game are clocks. They're talismans from Cain. It is the idea of you have a tree. That's like a tree. Building a shield takes 2. You need 2 successes. When you roll, if you get a 7 or higher, it's a success. On a 6 or lower, it is still a success. But you get some negative, right? And so if you make a troop task, you are going to roll. Maybe you make it, maybe you don't. Even if you get a 6 or lower, it's still going to be, you get 1 success. And that means you can spend 1 check building or making something. Yeah. Okay. So we have 2 passive rolls. We have 2 active rolls. And then we have the leader. And at the beginning of every cycle, you choose a role. I feel like it could be at the beginning of every time slot. Cause then like I'm a navigator, and then during the passive time slot, I'm a builder. I like that. So at the beginning of every time slot, every creature chooses a role. Any creature can be any number of roles, and some roles may be absent from a troop. The exception is that a troop must always have exactly 1 leader. And then at the beginning of every active time slot, the leader decides if it's active or passive. For active time slots, the leader also chooses a pace. During passive time slots, the leader may assist a single other creature with their troop task. So this is the idea of like, as a leader, even though you can't do anything yourself special, you can assist someone else when you're all like passive or whatever. Okay. Oh, right. Rancher. I was thinking one of the roles could be rancher if you have animals and you take care of the animals. So what if I do rancher? And then each passive time slot, a rancher may attempt a troop task to tend to livestock or animals with the troop. They fully maintain the needs of a number of animals up to their number of successes. The GM may allow for collections of smaller creatures, of smaller livestock, to count as a single success, right? So it's the idea of like, if you have a a flock of like chicken equivalents. Maybe the chickens take 1 slot, right? Whereas like a mule equivalent, you would need an entire success devoted to one of your mules, which again, the troop task, you're probably always going to succeed unless it's improbable, right? Cool. So, creature devotes their time to tending to taking care of livestock or animals of non-sentient livestock or animals in the troops. Care? Devotes their time to maintaining non-sentient livestock or animals in the troops' care. This may mean grooming, feeding, or I don't know, like grooming is cleaning. So like grooming, feeding, or I don't know, what's another like livestock thing that you would do on the road, or giving them free or like checking on them, like examining their states. The builder. The creature devotes their time to constructing items and shelter to better equip to physical goods to better equip the troop. This may mean constructing a shelter or erecting a shelter, forging weapons, or repairing a cart, right? Or tending to their wounds. This may mean grooming, feeding, or tending to the wounds. Okay, so we have 3 passive slots, 3 passive roles, and 2 active roles. Navigator, Scout. One is about for progressing the advancement. One is about reducing risk. The Hunter is about food for the troop. The Builder is about making stuff. The Rancher is about taking care of animals in case you have any. Cool. So we have... Oh, cautious makes all payments. I like the obstacle thing, though. Right, so now we have travel at night. Traveling at night makes every roll improbable. So traveling at night makes every roll improbable. Which this means it is more difficult than if it was possible, and there's the possibility for it to fail. Traveling at night makes every roll improbable by default. Makes every troop task, every check, even those not a part of troop tasks, improbable by default. I think every troop task improbable by default. This may be offset if the creature attempting the task can see in the dark or has sufficient ability to perceive, or has a bit sufficient attempting the task has sufficient ability to perceive, such as night vision, or echolocation. Such as night vision or wielding a torch. Such as echolocation or wielding a torch. This may be offset. Traveling at night makes every troop task improbable by default if the creature attempting the task has sufficient ability to perceive at night, such as echolocation or wielding a torch. This may be offset. Cool. Regardless, the GM always increases or decreases the obstacle roll of a time slot at night by 1. The GM always increases or decreases the roll of a time slot at night by 1, tending towards whichever outcome is more inconvenient for the troop. Because night is dangerous. You need to like take care of yourself. You need to be careful. I think what we do. So, obstacles. So time slots. One day's time slot, 3 night time slots. Active, you're making some form of progress. Passive is you are like chilling. You're building. You're holding celebration. Every active time slot, the leader chooses a pace. Confident standard, you automatically advance biome tree by 1. You automatically make a little bit of progress. A cautious pace is slow and measured. Obstacles are less likely. Obstacles are less likely, and the GM does not. Obstacles are less likely. I'll just leave it like that. And then down here, what I'll say is the GM always increase or decrease the obstacles of a time slot at night. So regardless, the GM always increase or decreases the obstacle roll of a time slot at night by 1 if the time slot's pace is not cautious. This shift always tends towards whichever outcome is more inconvenient for the troop. Right? So when you are resting, when you are sleeping, when you're chilling, you are passive. When you are building, you are passive. Let's go back up to obstacles real quick. Obstacles. If the obstacle is immediate, it happens at the start of the turn, at the time slot without warning before any tasks are made. If the obstacle is oncoming, it will happen at any time of the GM's choice after the current time slot, but before the arrival. I think I delete this because obstacles may have a variety of effects chosen by the player that rolled for it. Once chosen by the player that rolled the obstacle. Once chosen, an effect cannot be chosen again until the end of, probably not the cycle, cannot be chosen again until all other options were selected. Weather effects and obstacles may have a variety of effects based on the biome they are within, chosen by the player that rolled the obstacle. Once chosen, an effect cannot be chosen again until all other options are selected. So now what we can do is that with every biome, when you travel through it, it has unique, probably like 3 of each options that when you roll an obstacle, you choose, okay, we want it to be this. We want it to be that. Now that means biomes are going to have something a bit different, but that will also mean like, hey, that it's reasonable that specific biomes, even within a climate, would differ based on what their options are. Once an effect can be chosen again. The GM may allow. What are we feeling? The GM. The GM. The GM may be able to avoid or prepare for the obstacle prior to its arrival. If the troop did not prepare for the obstacle when it arrived, it will likely make all troop tasks improbable by default. Actually, real quick, let me delete this. When you're cautious, there is no risk of it just coming without warning. I want cautious to be like, hey, you're moving slow, but you're basically way more safe than you would be otherwise. Right? Is an uneventful time. Let's delete this. So if the troop did not prepare for the obstacle when it arrived, it will likely make all troop tasks improbable by default. That is because if pouring rain comes by and you're not prepared for it, then it's going to be really hard to mess with that. It may also threaten the creatures, the troops' basic needs. If the troop did not prepare for the obstacle when it arrived, it will likely make it could make them hard, impossible, improbable by default. It will likely inflict a payment on each individual member of the. It'll inflict a payment across the troop. The player who rolled for the obstacle. Dinosaurs? Not quite. So this is a Stone Age TTRPG. So the idea with this is that we are trying to make travel in a not even just like modern or industrial, but just like pre-medieval setting that is like alien and wild and like has magic in it, interesting without being too disruptive. So right now, there are 4 time slots each cycle. 1 in the day, 3 at night, because nights are longer than the days in this setting. Every time slot will be active or passive. You're either moving or not moving. And then for active slots, you set a pace. It's either confident, cautious, or careless. And then at the beginning of every time slot, regardless of whether or not it's active, you roll 2d6. And then you consult if an obstacle happens. Independent of an obstacle happening, you have different stuff you can do. And then you move on to the next time slot. Ideally, time slots should not take more than like 15 minutes. Right? So the idea being is that they may have an obstacle that you have to deal with, but it's not going to be like a 1 hour adventure. The idea is that it should be able to be like, oh, a massive rainstorm just hit. Oh, acidic spore clouds have sprung up all around you. Oh, this, that, or the other thing. That's the goal, right? So obstacles may have a variety of effects on the base on the biome that are chosen by the player that rolled it. Once chosen, an effect cannot be chosen again until all their options are selected. If the troop did not prepare for the obstacle when it arrived, it will likely inflict a payment across the troop. The player who rolled for the obstacle, it will likely inflict a payment on the. It will likely inflict a payment. The GM offers a choice like normal, and the troop collectively, and the players collectively agree, one of the consequences every creature suffers individually. Obstacles may also threaten the troops' basic needs. Basic needs. Everything needs to eat. So, may affect their basic needs. May affect, may also render troop tasks improbable and even threaten their basic needs. It's Arrowwood a treat? I mean, I'm here all the time, so I'm a treat on a routine. They may also render troop tasks improbable and even threaten the troops' basic needs. So, basic needs. Every cycle, so every like 4 time slots, every day, night cycle, a creature must consume energy. If they can't, they can take an injury. If they can only consume a partial amount of energy, the equivalent of a single meal, they instead take a wound, right? They take damage if they can't eat. Temperature regulation is thermoregulation or shelter. Every time slot, a creature must be protected from... every time slot, a creature must be protected from the elements. If they aren't, they take an injury. If they're only partially exposed, they take a wound. Any time slot where a weather event, a weather obstacle is not... Most time slots where a weather obstacle is not rolled will not require protection outside. So, I know what I can say. However, the aura will still be overwhelmed by exposure to intense elements as a result of rolling a weather event, weather obstacle. So this means if you have the organ that allows you to thermoregulate, you're fine, as long as you don't roll a weather obstacle. However, if you don't have that, you need some way to be protected, right? And so this is if you are, if you have like fur and you're in a cold environment, you're fine. If you have the aura wallop and you're in a cold environment, you're fine. But if you don't have any way of like thermoregulating, you'll start taking damage even if you don't roll a weather event, because this is not the climate for you. This is not the region for you. Every scene, they must be able to respirate. If they can't, they die. If they can only partially respirate, they instead take a wound. Sleep is rest relaxation and comes for every creature eventually. Every cycle, a creature must spend at least one passive time. Each cycle, a creature must spend at least one passive time slot resting, without taking a roll. If they don't, they take an injury. If they can only partially rest, such as spending all active slots, active time slots at a cautious pace, they instead take a wound. Okay. So this is the idea of you need your basic needs. You need to eat once per day cycle. You need to thermoregulate, which is basically just like don't get caught on the weather. You need to respirate, which is like you have to breathe. And you have to sleep, which is one time slot per cycle. You need to sleep without taking a roll. So that means probably you are going to spend 3 active slots traveling and 1 active slot resting. However, you might do 2 and 2. You might do 1 and 3. You might spend an entire 4-day cycle, a 4-slot cycle resting. Who knows? So then you have your roles with the troop tasks. You have the leader, navigator, and scout. These are all active. And then hunter, rancher, builder. These are all passive. And then travel at night. Traveling at night makes so active tasks at night makes every troop task done at night is impossible by default. If the creature attempting the task has sufficient ability to perceive at night, such as echolocation or wielding a torch, this may be offset. The GM always increases or decreases the obstacle roll of a time slot at night by 1 if the time slot's pace is not cautious. This shift always tends towards whatever outcome is more inconvenient for the troop. Yeah. So now we have a system where as a group, you all have your roles. You have a set pace that you're moving at, and then with that, you have an ability to like deal with weather stuff. So if I'm trying to get from location X to location Y, right? That means if this has 3 biomes between it, and this one has a thing of 4, this one has a thing of 6, and this one has a thing of 5. Time slot 1, we move at a confident pace. We mark this up by 1. We have 1 navigator. The navigator rolls. They get 1 success, so we're at 2. That is our 1 time slot. We're halfway through the first biome. Then in a second time slot, we decided to move at night. This is a climate that we're familiar with, so it's not improbable even though we're at night. And so maybe they know the area too, so it's easy. So it's automatic, another success. And because it's active, our navigator is going. Cool, we're done. Then here, it's a different climate, different region perhaps. So we get 1 from confident pace. We get 1 from our navigator. And let's say you get like 2 successes every time. Let's say every time slot you get 2 successes. So over the course of a day, you manage to get through, or a day and into the night, because you're traveling during the night, you manage to get through easy. So I think what we want to incentivize, we want to incentivize a game structure where you travel once per day. Travel is a active time slot, though is most often done during the day. Some troops only travel during some troops only travel during the day and have 3 passive time slots as they wait out the night, while others maximize their efficiency by having 3 active slots and only stopping to sleep. Right, so this is just basically like letting you know like it is equally valid to go like 1 and 3, 2 and 2, or 3 and 1. Because you're just sleeping. Because you're just asleep for one of them, you don't have a role and you can't protect yourself. So that's kind of dangerous. And I think that the GM always increases or decreases the obstacle of a slot at night by 1 if the time slot pace is not cautious. The shift always tends towards whatever outcome is more inconvenient for the troop. If any, the GM also increases or decreases the obstacle roll by 1 if over half the troop is asleep and without a roll. Okay, so The GM always increases or decreases the obstacle roll of a time slot at night. The GM always increases or decreases the obstacle roll of a time slot at night of a nighttime time slot by 1 if the time slot's pace is not cautious. The GM also increases or decreases the obstacle roll by 1 if over half the troop is asleep and without a roll. This shift always tends towards whichever outcome is more inconvenient for the troop. So it's the idea of, if everyone just passes out, it's slightly more dangerous. If you're at night and you're traveling at a normal or faster than normal pace, it is more dangerous. Yeah. Cool. Or actually, nah, I know what I can do. The result of the GM, any payments made at night always have both consequences always have both consequences severe if the time slot's pace is not cautious. So any payments made for troop tasks at night always have both consequences severe if the time slot's pace is not cautious. So if you're moving at normal pace or faster than normal, if you have something go wrong, it will be worse, right? You take more damage. It takes more time. It is... it is more damaging to your equipment. And then if over the same is true for any time slot where over half the troop is asleep and without a roll. Cool. So now it's if you are not being careful at night, and or if you just like have everyone pass out at once, if something bad happens, it's going to be worse. Any payments made for troop tasks at night always have both consequences of severe. It could be you roll a d12 instead of 2d6, because 2d6 will average out 7, whereas 1d12 is just random, right? So it could be that both are made for severe, or for obstacle rolls at night, roll 1d12 instead of 2d6 if the time slot's pace is not cautious. The same is true for time slots where over half the troop are asleep and without a roll. So you can have up to half the troop sleeping. So if you have a troop of 4, you can have 2 people sleeping, 2 people not sleeping. Alternatively, it could be if everyone is asleep, so you could have 1 person on watch, where the entire troop, the same is true for time slots where the entire troop is asleep and without a roll. Okay. So what did I do for sleep, right? Where are the basic needs? Where did they go? Basic needs. Sleep. Time slot? Passive. What the hecky? Passive. Sleeping is a passive time slot, meaning the troop must always take at least 1 passive time slot per cycle to avoid taking injuries. Okay, so I guess I just dropped the without roll, right? is resting or resting. So it's everyone needs to sleep, but if the entire troop is asleep or resting, then you roll 1d12 instead of 2d6. It is much less likely, much more likely. So the scout is independent of active or passive. The scout is just anytime they roll for the obstacle, they may increase or decrease the roll by 1 after the check for as many they may increase or decrease the die roll by 1 after the check is rolled for as many after the check is rolled as many times as there are scouts in the troop. So if there are 2 scouts, you can increase or decrease it by 1 or 2. Do I add a special roll where you're asleep? Like sleepy little guy, like absolute creature? Because staying up on watch. So sleep is part of a passive time slot, meaning the troop must always take at least one passive slot. Sleeping is part of a passive time slot, meaning the troop must always take at least one passive time slot per cycle to avoid taking injuries. They will likely need to take more to minimize risk. Some take more to minimize risk. So there is not like a mechanical requirement to do 1 active, 3 passive, but I think that the obvious is like 2 and 2. You have 2, like half the troop is asleep for one of them, the other half is asleep for the other one. During that first half, the second group is like building or they're hunting or they're doing something, whereas the second group is the first group is asleep, and then the second time slot the second group falls asleep and the first group gets to start building or hunting or something. Most troops go 2 active, 2 passive, 2 active at a confident pace with 2 passive to allow for 2 watches. Most troops go 2 active at a confident pace with 2 passive to allow for 2 watches. So, I think this is a pretty good exploration system. It's not too complicated. It is literally just, hey, every single like day-night cycle, there's 4 time slots. 1 is in the day, 3 are at night. At the beginning of every time slot, everyone chooses a role, and the leader decides, is this going to be active or passive? If you're active, you're moving. If you're passive, you're not. Then the leader chooses a pace if it is active. That just means how automatically do you move, and also how dangerous is it? Because then someone else rolls 2d6. You consult if there's an obstacle. There might be one immediately. There might not be. And then you make your checks for when you roll. You have a navigator who can like make a roll for the checks, but they can only do that once per cycle. Or once per time slot. And you have your leader who can assist another creature with their troop task. The scout makes the obstacle less dangerous. The hunter gives food that is required for basic needs. The rancher allows you to maintain livestock if you have any. And then the builder allows you to like make stuff. That doesn't need to be like a guard or a pack mule or anything. I was thinking of that as just like a generic catch-all one. Maybe I can do a NPC or a assistant. The creature, each time slot, the creature may assist one other creature in making a troop task. Most NPCs will be assistants. The assistant. Okay. And then this would just be the creature devotes their time to assisting another member of the troop with their responsibilities. Most NPCs, so I can do like most NPCs will be assistants, right? This is just like, they are not meant to be in the spotlight. They're not a leader. They are not like a hunter or anything. They'll just help someone else with their role, which means if you're a hunter and you have someone helping you, suddenly it's easier for you to hunt. The NPC doesn't need to make their own role. They're just assisting you hunting. Awesome. And then travel at night. Every troop task done at night is improbable by default. If the creature attempting the task has sufficient ability to perceive at night, such as echolocation or wielding torch, this may be offset. This is echolocation or wielding torch. This may be offset. This does get canceled by region or knowing the area. Every troop task done at night is impossible by default. If this may also be offset, is impossible by default, and can never be easy. If the creature attempting the task has sufficient ability to perceive at night, either of these may be offset. So it's improbable by default and can't be easy. But if you can see at night, don't matter. Sure, it's fine. It can be easy. For obstacle rolls at night, roll 1d12 instead of 2d6 if the time slot's pace is not cautious. Same is true for time slots where the entire troop is asleep or resting. Sleep is do. So at least one pilot slot play. Taking no troop tasks. Attempting no troop tasks or checks. If they can only partially rest, such as only assisting another creature with a troop task, they instead take a wound. So this is if you don't sleep, which sleep is just, hey, you still have a roll, it's just you're not doing anything with it. You just like don't make a troop task, you don't make a check. If you don't do that, you take an injury. If you can only partially rest, such as moving every day at a cautious pace, I kind of like that. Like spending all active time slots at a cautious pace, they instead take a wound, because the idea being is that it's like, hey, you're still being injured, you're still being exhausted, but it's not as bad as if you're like just without any sleep or rest whatsoever. So, I think that's pogging. I think that's good. It's been about 4 hours, and I got hungry like an hour ago. I pivoted away from Darkwood, and I do have stuff I need to do. So I think I'm actually going to wrap up after the hour. because I like this exploration system. I'm thinking I may want one more role for active time slots though, because like, do we want one where it's like a guard or like a pack mule, for instance, where it's like you're moving stuff? Do we want one where it is actively you are doing something other than a scout rolls for the time slot? Do we do during an active slot, time slot, when a scout rolls for, so I think we just do when the scout rolls for a time slot's obstacle, they may increase or decrease the roll by 1 for every as many scouts as there are in the troop. Scouts that are sleeping or resting cannot contribute to this. Do not count for this. So it's the idea of if you have 3 scouts, but 2 of them are asleep, you only get a plus or minus 1, right? Because only 1 scout is actually like helping. Hunter, task to gather food. Every success acquires enough food or ether to feed a single creature for an entire cycle, or partially feed 2 creatures for a cycle. Extra successes means an abundance of food, which can last into the next cycle. So for instance, you might have one creature who in active time slots is a scout, and in passive time slots is a hunter. In active time slots is a navigator, and they help by reading signs of animals and whatever, and in passive time slots is a hunter. You might have someone who is a scout and a rancher. You might have someone that's a navigator and a builder. I feel as though we might be missing something. Because we could, like, there, I don't want to make it like a diplomat role, because what if you don't talk to anyone, right? There could, I think that we need to have a weird one. I think we need to have like an ether scrounger. Like, and what would this be? During an active time slot, an ether, what should we call it? Because I have like sage already. I have like a ether well. An ether. So like it's someone that goes around collecting ether. The idea of like a wellspring, right? And I think this might be this might be a passive one too. Because during a passive slot, instead of building stuff, you're going off and finding ether. Right? So during a passive time slot, or each passive time slot, an ether scout, ether thief, ether scraper. I like ether monger. An ether monger may attempt a troop task to locate and acquire ether. They pick up, they gather. I could just call it gatherer, right? A gatherer may attempt a troop task to locate and acquire ether. They gather an amount of usable ether in doses equal to their troop task successes. A single, may I ask what is ether? So in this setting, there's something called the Rift. And that is just this big, like, spewing void of ether, mana, magic, whatever it ends up being. So this is a setting, again, Stone Age. This is pre-civilization. Magic is flooding the world and it is fading. The Rift is closing, ether is fading. So ether is your nebulous kind of, it's just raw mana, it's raw magic. It is, like, realistically, because this is tied to my setting, it is extra planar energy that is just like spilling into this plane. And a single each biome has a limit to how much ether can be found in it per cycle. Right? So it's the idea of ether is just like a cure-all. It is magic, it is mana, it is breaking my VTuber model, and it can heal you. It can be used. I want to add like a minor alchemy system. I don't want to add like something stupid crazy, but I do want to add a minor thing that you can do something with ether. The main thing ether does is that it heals your wounds and that it infuses your objects with power. So what is it? Good question. The real answer is just like, I don't know, magic, right? This is a setting that I want to be weird and wacky. Ether is effectively a plot device that allows this setting to be stupid. Because the setting is very stupid. There's a field of fingers where instead of blades of grass, fingers grow from the ground. There is a area of hills where the hills breathe and expand and exhale and retract, called the Great Breathing Basins. There are giant mountains that seem to be made of teeth or bone from some ancient titan or leviathan. So like weird stuff like that. We're about to have an ad. Heads up, everyone. And I am feeling that we made much better progress today than we did. We made much better progress today than we did yesterday. This is what I expected yesterday to be like. So I think what I gotta do is I gotta send y'all out. I gotta be gone you once the ad hits. But in the meantime, I'm curious. So actually I have to make a little, the creature devotes their time to the locating and acquiring of ether. This may mean, digging. This may mean digging, mining, or sifting through streams. This may mean picking herbs, mining, or sifting through streams. Right? So it's the idea of what would an alchemy lesson? Okay, I don't want to go crazy with this. I want this to be like short, right? So alchemy, different creatures may utilize ether in order to create elixirs. Each elixir is made up of a base, almost always water, an enhancement, almost always ether, and a series of ingredients to impart an effect. An elixir's base determines the form it takes and how diluted it is. Water is almost always used as a means to make potions, whereas flour or meat Flour or oil may be used to make consumable potions, whereas flour or oil may be used to whereas flour may be used to create ingestible. I mean, ingestible is consumable, but like to create solid elixirs, whereas oil may be used to create tonics and ointment elixirs applied to the body. Right, so I like the idea of it's not just potions. It's also like bread you can make that enhances your like fortitude. You can make an ointment that makes you faster, like that kind of stuff. An elixir is based often water, and enhancement almost always ether. And elixirs, hello, I'm back. I got hit by the bug to make something special. So an elixir's enhancement is often used as a means to make consumable potions, whereas flour may be used to create solid elixirs that are eaten, or oil may be used to create tonics and ointments. Maybe create elixir tonics and ointments applied to the body. All are relatively the more the form it takes and how to imbibe it. And an elixir's enhancement determines what galvanizes the reactive process of the ingredients. Ether is the only known enhancement for effective elixir use, though many other alternatives have been put forward, whether they create diluted effects or simply don't work is unclear. Right? So it's the idea of like run off like tanning fat used as from a very big giant monster. Like the blood of a creature is used instead of like pure ether. Pure ether. Elixir's base enhancements and elixir's ingredients are what provide the elixir its effects. It's unclear what causes an ingredient to possess certain effects, though it's clear that ingredients may intermingle and change one another's impact on the elixir. Right, so alchemy is just each elixir is made up of a base, often water, an enhancement. So a base, an enhancement, and a series of ingredients to impart an effect. They are crafted in a certain catalyst. They're crafted in a certain catalyst following cooking instructions. So, base determines what form it is and how to imbibe it. Water is often used as a means to make consumable potions, whereas flour may be used to create solid elixirs that are eaten, or oil may be used to create elixir tonics and ointments applied to the body. An elixir's enhancement determines what galvanizes the reaction process of the ingredients. Pure ether is the only known enhancement for effective elixirs, though many other alternatives have put forward. Whether they create diluted effects or simply don't work is unclear. An elixir's ingredients are what provides the elixir its effects. It's unclear what causes an ingredient to possess certain effects, though it's clear that ingredients may intermingle and change one another's impact on the elixir. Trial and error are the most effective teachers. You're back. What's happening? I'm working on a TTRPG. I'm working on the exploration system for my Stone Age TTRPG, where you create an entire like society and civilization. And now I've had the idea rattling around my head for an alchemy system, like a soft magic system that's like potion making. And I don't want it to be crazy, just like with exploration. I don't want alchemy to be crazy. I don't want it to be like 5 pages long. I don't want it to be something that's like the star of the show. I want it to be something where if you kill something, you can take like the nails of a giant creature and grind them up into a dust and put them in a big cauldron with water, ether, and picked flowers from the top of a mountain. And then you get a potion that grants you the ability to breathe fire. Like, that's the kind of stuff I want. And then, so that's the enhancement. And then an elixir's catalyst is the physical instrument used to cook it. There are a variety of catalysts, most often tied to the base used. A cauldron most often uses water. An oven uses flour. How is oil produced? A sieve? Like, I guess like a sieve. A sieve uses oil, while a sieve uses oil. So there'll be no chemistry. So there will be chemistry. It will just be, I want to ride the meta narrative line of, is this chemistry or is this magic? Right? I want it to be that if you put in like something that involves a lot of stone and metal, clearly it is going to like be heavier and more reinforced and like stronger and more fortitude. But I also kind of want to add in like, hey, if you add like lighter elements and heavier elements, they might mix. You know? Like I want it to be accessible. I want it to be like, you read this in like 5 minutes and you're like, okay, I understand kind of how this works. And I want it to be broad enough that the GM can interpret what actually the things do. Tapshi. So it's refined and separated most easily by distillation. So like, what is it called? Like the classic alchemy thing? What's the like a decombobulator or whatever? A still, thank you. I don't know if a still would be used for oil, but I think we should have a fractional distillation tower in the Stone Age. An elixir's cooking method. Though there are variations. Each catalyst has a variety of cooking methods. Each catalyst broadly accomplishes one particular task, with multiple often being required for complex potions, right? Make the oil thing a pan. Ooh, a pan? A cauldron for water, an oil for flour, while a pan uses oil. An oven for pan. A pan uses oil. And what's another good one? And a still uses alcohol? Right? Like alcohol as a base? And then each catalyst broadly encompasses one particular task, with multiple often being required for complex complex elixirs. So what we're doing here, I want this to be like creating a did I beat Survive Darkwood? I kind of got tired of it. I'm not gonna lie. I played like an hour today and then I got lost and I wasn't sure what to do. And I was just like, viewership was down and I wasn't really feeling it. So I was just like, I'm done with Darkwood for today. I might pick it up later. But at this point, I want to play Titanfall 2. There's more to Darkwood than I thought there was. So I'm probably going to put down Darkwood for now. And alembic is an alchemical still consisting of 2 vessels connected by a liquid used for distillation. That feels a little bit too high tech. Because remember, this is Stone Age. I want this to be like, smoke pipes. That has to be one. Common bases are, I think it's just water, flour, oil, smoke, not fire. Like, what would you describe something like tobacco as? I mean, could just be tobacco, right? Tinder? Kindling? Right? Just anything that burns? So like water, flour, oil, kindling. Common alternative enhancements are blood, gold flakes, lightning struck bark, right? Because like maybe these work, maybe they provide alternative effects, but maybe they don't. Like I think this is something where like I'm not going to confirm or deny. This is going to be up to the GM of if you use a potion and you replace the pure the pure ether with blood, will it work? Common ingredients, literally everything that can fit in the catalyst. Common catalysts, cauldron, oven, pan, still, pipe, right? So it's like cauldron with water, oven with flour, pan with... No, I can just leave that there. So, how are we doing this? What is the process that goes into making it? We already have checks and tasks. We already have trees that you can build upon in order to advance through. Fun fact, the oldest pipe smoking was found in North Carolina during the Uahari phase that dates back 800 to 1200 BP. Interesting. Because, like, pipes have been around for a long time. Alcohol has been around for a long time. So, like... mushrooms? No, I feel like mushrooms would be a... alternative. So I guess, like, this would be, like, mushrooms, fruit, ground teeth, powdered stone, right? Like that's like a fur. This is the kind of thing where like I want it to be weird. I want it to be like, because for instance, I even have in the pages that I've already written, there is a section for the like there's a section for the biomes. And let me just grab this one where like one of the uses of nevermoles is that their teeth are often ground into a powder used in grounding and fortitude enhancing elixirs, right? That's the sort of thing that, like, what does that mean mechanically? I don't know. But I think it's cool that you can just be like, oh, I see that there are like nevermoles. We should kill some, and we can take their teeth and we can grind them up into elixirs. And that's just like a cool thing, I think, right? I think that's the sort of like mechanic that a lot of people ask for in TTRPGs. All the tasty things, never mind eating fur is good. So like, boiled fur, does that make you feel better? Mashed fruit. Diced mushrooms. So like diced mushrooms, mashed fruit, ground teeth, powdered stone, boiled fur, right? Like all of them have like you do something to it and then you add it. Making a recipe. When following the instructions of a creature given to you. Oh, okay. So making an elixir, right? If you have made the exact same elixir before, using all of the same ingredients, the check is easy. If you have made the exact same ingredients elixir before using all the same ingredients, or are actively being guided by another creature who has, the check is easy, right? So it's the idea of like, you're not following instructions, you're not following a recipe, but like someone is literally showing you how to make this. It's easy for you, which means you don't need to roll. So first choose an available catalyst and a base to go in it. Many catalysts can only support a single or a few bases effectively. Then add the enhancement to the base. Because wait. Add acid to water or water to acid. I think it's acid into water, right? Always add acid to water because it's the idea of the water, like you don't want it to splash up at you, right? So it's acid into water, enhancement to the base. This often requires some form of catalyst specific preparation, such as stirring a cauldron or lighting an oven or heating an oven. Always add acid to water. Good health advice. So a catalyst specific preparation. This is the same process. This is consistent between catalysts. How would I phrase, like, if you have a cauldron, you always need to stir it or you always need to heat it. Like a given catalyst always has between one to three preparations that must always be done regardless of enhancement, right? So I want this to be like, if you make a cauldron, maybe your cauldron you just stir, maybe your cauldron is on fire and you stir, maybe your cauldron is you have to like have a sieve and like pour into it. Example preparations. Add soak through a sieve/cloth. Heat up with fire. Prepare during night. Like I want it to be weird esoteric stuff, right? A given catalyst always has between 1 and 3 preparations that must always has between 1 and 3 preparations that must always be done regardless of enhancement. If these preparations are not followed, the elixir will always fail. Will always fizzle. Because like you gotta have a fizzle mechanic, right? So I think it's success, combust, fizzle, right? You gotta have like it works, it doesn't work, or yeah, fizzle/neutralize, right? Making an elixir. First, choose an available catalyst and a base to go in it. Many catalysts can only support a single or a few bases effectively, and only ever one at a time. Ever one at a time. Then add the enhancement to the base. This often requires some form of catalyst-specific preparation, such as so I think actually we do many catalysts can first and a base to go in it. This often requires additional catalyst-specific preparation, such as stirring a cauldron or heating an oven. A given catalyst always has between 1 and 3. Maybe a given catalyst always has between 1 to 3 preparations that must be done regardless of enhancement. If those preparations are not followed through the entire process, the elixir will always fizzle. Example preparations: stir over heat, soak through a sieve, soak through a sieve/cloth, prepare only at night, right? Then add the enhancement to the base. This often requires an additional preparation specific to the enhancement. Pure ether always requires what does pure ether always require? Being taken straight from a source of ether, or being stored in a ether-proofed container in a closed ether-proof. So pure ether basically is just like, it's really finicky. You have to either store it properly or you have to get it directly from the source. Hello, just lurking, no worries. Yeah, productiveness is going well. I'm much more productive today than I was yesterday. And then making an elixir takes an entire scene or a passive time slot during travel. Big nice, yeah. It's always fun to be productive. So let me say, so making the elixir takes an entire scene or a passive time slot, makes an entire making an elixir takes an entire scene or passive slot during a travel. Some elixirs may take longer. But do not require active tending past that first scene or time slot. Right? So it's so now you have your base in your catalyst prepared, and you add your enhancement. Pure ether always requires being taken from a source of ether or being stored in a closed ether-proof container. Using ether that was not properly stored increases the okay. First, create a do we want it to be a combustion tree with a number of nodes equal to the number of ingredients you plan to add. So if you're only adding one ingredient, or you plan to add +1, right? So then add the enhancements. Using ether that was not properly stored increases the increments the combustion tree by 1. So, okay. Okay, and then add any number of ingredients, rolling 1d6 for each. So add any number of ingredients. So first, make a list of ingredients to add to the potion and create a combustion tree with a number of nodes equal to the number of ingredients, +1. Then, then choose an available catalyst and a base to go in it. Many catalysts only support a single or a few bases effectively, and only ever one at a time. So I'll say a given catalyst always has between 1 to 3 preparations that must always be done regardless of enhancement. If these preparations are not followed through the entire process, the elixir will always fizzle. The elixir will also fizzle if a base is used in a catalyst that does not support it. Then add the enhancements to the base. Pure ether always requires being taken straight from a source of ether or being stored in a closed ether-proof container. Using ether that was not properly stored increments the combustion tree by 1. Add any number of ingredients. Then then make a check to see if the ingredients are added successfully. So this is just standard. Roll 1d12 or 2d6 if it's related to your title. If you would need to make a payment, you instead so I would just say so like making a payment is that you failed, or making a payment is that something bad happens, and like the combustion tree is equal to that, so like that might increment the combustion tree. Add any number of ingredients, then make it to see which if they're added successfully. First, make a list of ingredients to add to the potion and create a combustion tree with a number of nodes equal to the number of ingredients. Add any number of ingredients explaining what you intend for them to do, and what properties make you think that will work. Adding ingredients at the same time with conflicting properties increments the combustion tree by 1. Then make a check. Then make a check to see if the ingredients are added successfully. Making a payment like usual. Continue doing this until all ingredients are added or the combustion tree completes. Right, so making an elixir. First, make a list of ingredients to add to the potion, to the elixir, and create a combustion tree with a number of nodes equal to the number of ingredients plus 1. Choose an available catalyst and a base to go in it. A given catalyst always has between 1 to 3 preparations that must always be done regardless of enhancement. If these preparations are not followed through the entire process, the elixir will always fizzle. The elixir will also fizzle if a base is used in a catalyst that does not support it. Such as water in an oven, right? Because that doesn't make much sense. Example preparations: stir over heat, soak through a sieve/cloth, prepare only at night. Then add the enhancement to the base. Pure ether always requires being taken from a source of ether directly, or being stored in a closed ether-proof container. Using ether that was not properly stored increments the combustion tree by 1. Add any number of ingredients, explaining what you intend for them to do and what properties about them make you think that will work. Adding ingredients at the same time with conflicting properties increases the combustion tree by 1. Then make a check to see if the ingredients are added successfully, making a payment like usual if necessary. What is the incentive to not just... I mean, I can just add one ingredient. Right? Add one ingredient. Explaining what you intend for it to do. And what properties about it make you think that will work. Adding ingredient... and then there's no adding ingredients at the same time. So I think what I do, I think I know. So first, make a list of ingredients to add to the elixir. Create a joint completion and combustion tree with each possessing increased effectiveness for more. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking, like, first make a list of ingredients to add to the elixir, create a joint completion and combustion tree with each with each possessing a number of nodes equal to the number of ingredients plus 1. Choose an available catalyst and base go in it. Add any number of ingredients. Then make a check. Every success increments the completion tree by 1. Because I'm thinking you can kind of like do a go big or go home. If you add more than 1, it adds to the combustion tree. It might explode, but it increments it multiple times. Every success increments it. Because I want this to be... Okay, so maybe you don't make a check. Maybe you don't make a check. Every ingredient added increments the completion tree by 1. Then increment the combustion tree by 1. So it's the idea of, as you're making it, you can add in as many as you want. Increment the so every ingredient added increments the completion tree by 1. Adding ingredients at the same time with conflicting properties increases the combustion tree by 1 for every ingredient added, for every conflicting ingredient added. So it's naturally going to start like degrading over time because it's going to explode eventually. But because you have like 3 ingredients, that would be, you have a add in 1 at a time. So it's, I add in 1, I'm at 1 of 3, I'm at 1 of 4, and then my combustion goes up by 1. Add 1 in, then combustion up. Add 1 in, combustion up. And then, assuming I don't have bad ether, assuming I didn't add in any mixed together, I'm at 3 and 3 of 4 and 4. And then, and continue doing this, and then do I make this listed? Do I go like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Repeat steps 4 to 5 until all ingredients are added or the combustion tree completes. Because like I kind of like the fact that this is like written like a recipe, you know? Also, a catalyst's preparations are the instructions on how to actually use it. And then this is example preparations. Each catalyst will always has okay, wait, we're cooking. A catalyst preparations are the instructions on how to actually use it. And then it's a given catalyst always has between 1 to 3 preparations that must always be done for the entire process of making the elixir. Each individual catalyst always requires the same preparations regardless of the elixir being made. And then choose if the preparations are not followed through the entire process, the elixir will be always fizzle. The elixir will also fizzle if the base is used in a catalyst that does not support it, such as water. So this is like, it's just like, hey, you have a cauldron, so you need to put it over fire and stir it the entire time. Sure, that's reasonable. It's cool, like witch brewing potion stuff. You are like packing a pipe full of tobacco, so you need to like roll it, lick it, like seal it, and like burn it, right? That's the kind of stuff we're talking. So make a list of ingredients to add to the elixir. Create a joint completion tree. Complete a joint completion combustion tree with each possessing a number of nodes equal to the number of ingredients, each with the number of ingredients. Then add 1 more node to the combustion tree. So this is like, if you have 3 ingredients, completion is going to be 3, combustion is going to be 4. So choose an available catalyst and a base to go in it. If the preparations are not followed through the entire process, the elixir will always fizzle. The elixir will also fizzle if a base is used as a catalyst that does not support it, such as water in an oven. Add the enhancement to the base. So that's like your ether. Pure ether always requires being taken straight from a source of ether. do I do? Probably the enhancement. Pure ether always requires being taken from a source of ether directly or being stored in a closed ether-proof container. So like add the enhancement using ether, using pure ether that was not properly stored increments the combustion tree by 1. Using alternatives will likely cause a fizzle, right? Because the idea of you're not enhancing with ether, you're just like adding like dragon's blood kind of deal, which might work, might not. That's up to the GM. Add any number of ingredients explaining what you intend for them to do and what properties about them make you think, explaining what you intend for them to do and what properties about them make you think that will work. Every ingredient added increments the completion tree by 1. Adding ingredients at the same time, if adding multiple ingredients, with conflicting properties at the same time, increment the combustion tree by 1 for every conflicting ingredient added. Maybe just for every ingredient added at that time, right? So if I have like 3 ingredients and I add in all 3 of my ingredients, but like only 2 of them are conflicting, that's like add 3 right there. It could just be for every conflicted ingredient added at that time. Then increment the combustion tree by 1. Repeat steps 5 to 6. Stone Age, woo! Alchemy, yeah. Stone Age alchemy. We're trying to make a magic system that is just like actual alchemy and like witch's brews. Repeat steps 5 to 6 until all ingredients are added or the combustion tree completes. Yeah, get out of here with your like, oh, my historical realism. Trying to make stone tools. I have a system for you to make stone tools. I have a system to make stone tools, you goober. So, add any number of ingredients explaining what you intend for them to do and what properties about them you think will make it work. And why they will work. Every ingredient added increments the completion tree by 1. If adding ingredients with conflicting properties at the same time, increment the combustion tree by 1 for every conflicting ingredient added at that time. Then increment the combustion tree by 1. Until the completion or combustion tree completes. If the combustion tree completes, the elixir fizzles, and you must immediately make a payment. You must immediately make a payment. If the completion tree completes, funny sentence. If the completion tree completes, the elixir is ready. So I would say actually, wait. Once the completion tree completes, make a check. You gain a number of uses of the elixir equal to your successes rolled. Right? So you roll 2d6, presumably because you're being an alchemist, and you automatically gain 1 success if you manage to make it. If you have tools that will assist you, you can get more than 1 success. So you're probably going to get 1 usage of your elixir, maybe 2. This comes with storage. Each elixir use takes up an item slot. but comes with its own way, with its own storage for transport. So new funny thought, Cain in early history. That would be really funny. Are there ways to refine catalysts to make them better? A cauldron of certain types of metal performs better witchcraft. So that's the thing. This is like, maybe you have copper, right? So I don't want to get crazy and like, oh, you can upgrade your catalyst or whatever. Like even like, when were stills invented? I mean, yeah, that was like 500 BC, right? Like early distillation, but also a lot of them were like in the 200 AD. So like even a still is kind of pushing it. I don't know. So what I could do, then add, wait. I'm pausing. Create. So what if we increase the combustion tree? Then add a number of nodes to the combustion tree equal to the catalyst's durability. So you have a way of like reinforcing your catalyst, because like if you build a catalyst, you can just like make it, and it'll generally have like 2-3 durability. You can reinforce it to add +1. If it's made of bronze, it will have +2 durability. And if it is ether infused, that's its own thing. But so add a number of nodes to the combustion tree equal to the catalyst durability. Let's do this. So that's a good idea, because now you have an incentive to actually upgrade your catalyst and not just use the worst thing available. So make a check. Your catalyst counts as an item. Any catalyst used in the process may count as an item to grant you bonuses. You get a number of uses of the elixir equal to your successes rolled. Each elixir use takes up an item slot, but comes with its own storage for transport. Elixirs rarely last longer than a week. Elixirs rarely last longer than 3 nights. Elixirs rarely last longer than a number of nights wait. So you can either wait, how about this? So either you can spend a success to make one more use, or extend the longevity by 3 nights, or extend the duration by a scene, right? So to a day. So it's the idea of, if you get like 3 successes, maybe it's not that you get 3 uses, maybe it's you get 1 use. You always start with 1 use, but you make it so that it's stored for like 6 nights and also lasts for 2 scenes. So you build okay, wait. May count as an item to grant you bonuses. Okay. You then gain a single use of the elixir and may spend your any number of successes rolled on the following. So and you may spend your successes to improve it in the following ways. And then maybe it's create an additional. You may spend a success to improve your elixir in the following ways. Create an additional use of the elixir stored separately. Increase its longevity by an additional by 3 nights. Increase its active duration by 1 night. Or do we want to not tie this to how well you roll, and we want to instead tie this to the ingredients? And one ingredient is like, oh, this ingredient is really good at keeping the potion long lasting. This potion is really good at making. I feel like. I feel like what I do is I go back, and you gain a number of uses of the elixir equal to your successes rolled. Each elixir use takes up an item slot, but comes with its own storage for transportation. Each elixirs rarely last longer than 3 nights. Keep longer than 3 nights, or have effects lasting longer than a scene. So ingredients probably something to do. So making an elixir. So first you make ingredients. You create a joint completion and combustion tree. You choose an available catalyst and a base to go in it. Add a number of nodes to it equal to durability. Add the enhancement to the base. So that's your ether. Using pure ether, which also, let me just real quick. I actually have no idea how easy it is to see this. So like, I'm sorry if this is less immersive, but this is probably easier to read. I'm sorry if it was hard to read before. I was trying to be immersive. Pure ether that was not properly stored increases combustion by 1. Using alternatives will likely cause a fizzle. Add a number of ingredients, explaining what you do for them and why they will work. Every ingredient increments the completion tree by 1. If adding ingredients with conflicting properties at the same time, increment the combustion tree by 1 for every conflicting ingredient. Right. So if I just throw everything in there, if I take 3 of them and they all conflict with each other, I throw them in there, I increment it by 3, which sucks. But if I go 1 at a time, I will still like 1 and 2 and 3 increment it by 3. What if I do it by 2 for every? Right? Because then it's scarier, right? You want to kind of take your time with it. Make a check. In making a payment, you may increment. In making a payment, you may end up completing the combustion tree after the completion tree is completed. That's oddly phrased. While this would normally not be allowed. So when making a payment, you may I want it to blow up. So what happens when, let's say real quick, when an elixir combusts, immediately you must make a payment where both choices are severe. The elixir then fizzles. So I want combustion to just kind of be like, it ruins explosively. A fizzled. So when an elixir combusts, so failing an elixir, a fizzled potion is ineffective and any properties and any ether in it fades, right? So it's just like a failed potion, but like combusting is you must immediately make a payment where both choices are severe. You'll probably take an injury, or your cauldron might take severe damage, or you advance a clock. Yeah, a good cauldron might be, say, the top of a monster's skull. Exactly, you get it. Because like I basically am saying like, hey, Breath of the Wild's durability mechanic is core to the system, but you can repair stuff. So like if you have a really good cauldron and it blows up, you can just repair it. If you have an oven that you're like baking bread in and then it explodes, like you can repair it. That's fine. It's just a matter of like be prepared for it to explode. With both choices are severe, the GM you must then make a second payment where both choices are light. So making a payment is you have to pay in either blood, sweat, or tears. When you have to make a payment, the GM chooses two. One is normally severe, one is normally light. Severe is worse than light. So normally it would be make a payment. I choose blood is severe and tears is light. You're either going to take a lot of damage or you're going to take a small amount of durability damage. Instead, what this is, when an elixir combusts, you must make a payment where both choices are severe. Either you have to take a lot of damage or you have to take a lot of durability damage. And then on top of that, you have to take another small amount of damage or maybe a small amount of time passive, right? So I want failing an elixir to like be bad, but not like game ending. I don't want it to like ruin you. I just kind of want it to be like, dang it, that sucks. And obviously like you wasted the materials, right? Ingredients, properties of an elixir. So this is just like fizzling. Because I feel like you can't have a potion system and not have a fizzling system, right? Like it's got to be able to blow up. It's got to be able to fizzle. A fizzle potion is ineffective and any ether in it fades. If the preparations are not followed throughout the entire process, the elixir will always fizzle. The elixir will also fizzle if a base used in catalyst does not support it, such as water in an oven. And then I think we add this right here. Making an elixir takes an entire scene or passive time slot during travel. Some elixirs may take longer, but do not require active tending past the first scene or time slot. Generally, no individual elixir takes longer than a night. If you've made the exact same elixir before using all of the same ingredients and in the same catalyst, or are actively being guided by another creature who has, the check is easy, right? So it's the idea of if you're doing it the exact same way, you always do it, you're fine. You may skip steps. You may automatically complete the completion tree, right? At the GM's discretion. The final check is then easy, right? Or maybe it's not easy. Maybe it's well, no, because it's not easy because it's still how much can you make, right? So if you made the exact same elixir before, using all the same ingredients and in the same catalyst, or actively being guided by another creature who has, you may automatically complete the completion tree at the GM's discretion, and then you roll normally, right? Properties of an elixir. What can an elixir do is the question. What can an elixir do? So an elixir's effects An elixir's effects are entirely dependent on what ingredients are added to them. This inherently is an unknown and soft science. This inherently is an unknown and soft science where word of mouth and alchemical elders are the best repositories of knowledge around. So an elixir's effects are entirely dependent on what ingredients are added to them. This inherently is an unknown and soft science where word of mouth and alchemical elders are the best repositories around. Before adding an ingredient to an elixir's list, so a creature. So before adding an ingredient to an elixir's list. Welcome back, everyone. Yeah, I was just continuing to type. It wasn't anything fancy. So before adding an ingredient to an elixir's list, a creature may be able to identify. So okay. Further, they seem to have no rhyme or reason every ingredient has between 1 to 3 properties and 1 to 2 anti-properties and 0 to 2 anti-properties. Most creatures are unaware of any ingredient's properties or anti-properties. It's up to the GM. It's up to the GM to determine which properties an ingredient has. Which an ingredient has. It's up to the GM to determine which properties an ingredient has. And this must be decided before an ingredient is added to an elixir's. Is added to an elixir. After adding an ingredient to so which properties in it, I'm just gonna say they can do it in the moment. Listen, I know how this is gonna go. After adding an ingredient to the elixir, the GM reveals to the player one property it has. I'm trying to keep this light. I'm trying to keep it like not a specific short list of like 4 properties that are ascribed to everything. Every ingredient has between 1 to 3 properties and 0 to 2 properties it conflicts with. Most creatures are unaware of any ingredient's properties. It's up to the GM to determine which properties an ingredient has. And this is often entirely based on the associations or vibes an ingredient has. Players may often suggest properties during the elixir creation process that the GM assigns to it in the moment, right? Players may often suggest properties during the elixir creation process, which the GM should be open to being convinced of. After an ingredient is added to the players don't... I want this to be the players will always be informed of which ingredients conflict with one another. The GM will always inform the players, always inform the players of which ingredients conflict with one another at the moment they come into conflict. Aside from that, it's entirely up to the players to discover and explore the alchemical properties of the world. Below are some example ingredients and properties associated with them. And then I think this is where I just do like... Nope. I think this is where I just go like... Make it a 3. And then I go... ground nevermole teeth. And I go... properties. So if I do blah 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 blah, format columns like that, ground nevermole teeth. Properties, enhanced durability, strength. Nope. Why is this not beans? Criminy. Enhanced durability, strength, digging, and then conflicts is air, like flight and speed, right? And then this is... So that's ground nevermole teeth. Enhanced durability, strength, digging. This could be... Or like burrowing? Burrowing. This might be... Who has echolocation? One of the species has echolocation. The Thisitrix. So it could be Thisitrix bone fragments, which would be properties, echolocation. Right, because like I like the idea of like it's part magic, it's part alchemy. You can just like take on the properties of something that you imbibe. Or maybe not. What are some other creatures that I could have? There is the Zerkrasti berries. Zerkrasti berries. Berry paste. Man, I'm so bad at coming up with properties. So Zerkrastis are... They're consumed for sustenance. Green berries are used for pickling, dyes, and medicine. Browner berries are used for jams, compotes, and wines. I'm just gonna look if I ever mentioned. Okay, so Karen's pollen. Let me add that actually over here. Common alternative, Karen's pollen. That's a plant type in the mountains, the Ether Beast peaks. Pollen in elixirs makes you lighter with just the right mix, granting flight. Screaming Thievers. Screaming Thiever Beak. Yeah, I have a couple that are like medicinal effects, psychedelic effects, that kind of stuff. It's just a matter. So like, Screaming Thiever Beak, and the properties of this are bravery or resilience. So like, bravery, resilience, and then conflicts would probably be, because a thiever beak, a screaming thiever, is they're like little kites that fly down from the tops of the mountains, and they have like a scream to them that like as wind whips by them, they scream down and they crash into stuff, and then they try to kill it. And then they crawl away, and then they crawl, like, they literally climb back up to the top of a mountain, and then they jump off and they fly back down, or they glide back down. I guess conflicts would be like, medicine, or like attractiveness almost, or like, oh, silence. And then one more. Like we can do one more. We can just like have three things that are like, oh, here's some various properties that they have associated with them. Enhanced durability, strength, burrowing, flight. So I think bravery, resilience. Let's get a plant. Discolors in the presence of acid or base. Oh my gosh. So I have dyes. I have a couple things that reference dyes. I'm not including that in elixirs. Because I think a dye is literally just an elixir. Or a dye is just a dye, right? I don't think that I need to make that like an elixir like magic system. Let us grab... What are we feeling? What if I do... Swilliby pepper. Swilliby. Properties. Cold resistance. I'm going like Legend of Zelda for this one. Like, so it's cold resistance. It is speed, or it's like, I guess like wound care, cause like medicine. Cause the thing with the Swillibys is that they are bitter Swillibys from rocky soil uses a base in many alchemical recipes, though rarely in cooking. So like that's another base option. I should grab that and write that down. Because like this entire time I've written as if elixirs were just like a thing you could do. I just didn't have any mechanics for it. I was just going to keep it strictly narrative. But like I like the idea of like player characters being able to do alchemy stuff. So like if we do... And then like... Bravery, resilience, flight, or bravery, resilience. So this would be, nope. properties, conflicts. Swilloughby pepper is heat management. Like you're trying to stop you from heat resistance. You know? So like how does this feel as just like an example of some of the things that you might have? So like ground nevermole teeth, properties, enhanced durability, strength, burrowing, conflicts, flight, speed, screaming thieverbeak, properties, bravery, resilience, conflicts, silence, like stealth. Weight, right? Swilloughby pepper, properties, cold resistance, medicine, conflicts, heat resistance. And then this should just be normal. The effects of an elixir should be dependent on the ingredients used. Such effects, the duration of those effects will usually not exceed duration of effect. Like, you know what I'm thinking? So like what if I do that and then I do that, right? Duration of elixir. Right, so it's like enhanced durability, burrowing, duration of elixir, conflicts, flight, speed, properties, bravery, resilience, conflicts, stealth, and weight, stealth and intelligence. Properties, cold resistance, soil too rocky, takes on a smoky, bitter taste. Yeah, properties, cold resistance, conflicts, heat resistance, right? The effects of an elixir should be dependent on the ingredients used. The duration of those effects will usually not exceed a single scene. And an elixir often must be used. Cold resistance, elixir, longevity. So an elixir's must often be used an elixir must often be used within 3 nights. Some ingredients may extend this by a scene or may extend its duration by a scene or longevity by another night. Adding multiple copies of the same ingredient will strengthen that ingredient's concentration in the elixir. This may not change its effect. The effects of an elixir should be dependent on the ingredients used. The duration of those effects will usually not exceed a single scene, and an elixir must often be used within 3 nights before it fizzles. Some ingredients may extend its duration by a scene or longevity by another night, with multiple extending it far longer. Adding multiple copies of the same ingredient will strengthen the ingredient's concentration in the elixir, but fails to continue, concentration to the elixir, but rarely has drastic or compounding changes. Often, the effects of an elixir will act as if will grant a bonus bonus to checks. Often, the effects of an elixir will grant bonuses, a bonus to checks as if it were an item for the elixir's duration. Other elixirs may grant the ability to heal wound, to turn injuries into wounds or heal wounds entirely. Other elixirs may grant the ability to turn injuries into wounds or heal wounds entirely. Often, the effects of an elixir will grant one of the following for the elixir's duration. And then I do a bullet point here. Grant a bonus to some checks as if it were an item. Grant the ability to turn an injury or injuries into wounds or heal wounds entirely. Grant a temporary trait or abilities that mimic one. Change the user's appearance. Change the user's appearance. I guess perhaps permanently. Because, like, why not? Grant a bonus to some checks as if it were an item. Turn an injury or injuries into a wound or heal wounds entirely. Grant a temporary trait or abilities that mimic one. Change the user's appearance, perhaps permanently. Any other narrative effect. Oh no. Well, I'm so sorry. We have a policy now where we defend ourselves from raiders. Hey Neko, how's it going? I'm so sorry about what's gonna happen. But welcome on in, raiders. I'm Arrow, if you don't know me. I'm mostly on YouTube. I'm over on YouTube making TTRPG content. I primarily talk... Oh, I forgot that we're not on the main screen. Whoops. I guess you can't see the timer, but, like, just listen to the screaming, and that's what matters. I'm in a cave right now. Don't worry about it. All is well. But I mostly make TTRPG content over on YouTube. I talk Lancer, I talk Kane, I talk TTRPGs as a whole and variety. And I'm currently making one, which is why we're in a cave right now, because we're doing a Stone Age TTRPG. Squeebles, you can't say this is so :3 coded. I'm not Neko. I'm not :3ing. Still in the cave, amazing. I know, Corey. Hey, Clara. I'm gonna let the timer run out. Yeah. In case you can't tell, we're in a cave. Don't worry about it. Just don't worry about it. All right. Everyone, hold fire. We've sent our message. Am I :4ing instead? No. I feel like :4ing is what you do when you, like, evolve, you graduate from :3. I feel like if you are, like, a teenager, you start out saying :3, and then when you're an adult, you start saying :4. We do not concern ourselves with what is out of the cave. Listen, I have had 2 streams now in this cave. I've been locked in this cave for 2 streams now, and yesterday's stream was one of my most chaotic streams in a minute, and today's stream, I immediately got sidetracked for an hour. I think us raiders fired more shots. That's fine. That's fine, Gravitas. You took more of yourselves out than you took out mine. It's whatever. What outside there's only cave? Plato. Oh my gosh, Plato. These shadows on the wall, they're real life? Oh my gosh. Most focused arrow stream. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I ain't gonna lie. I have not been well. I have been all over the place. My plan was actually to raid out like an hour and a half ago. So, there goes that plan. But, yeah. I am currently working on a Stone Age TTRPG where you play as an entire species that you evolve over time a la Spore. But you also can make individual creatures in it. And right now, we're making a magic system. And the magic system is exclusively alchemy. I want to make an alchemy system which is very soft, is very easy to explore, but ultimately is kind of stupid crazy, right? An older person described it as Ars Magica X Mage the Awakening. Ooh. So, for instance, we have a magic system, a elixir system. Thanks for the follow, Clara. What you do is that you make a list of ingredients, and because it's a Stone Age TTRPG, you're going to be like grabbing like buckwheat, and you're going to be grabbing like wood shavings, and you're going to be grabbing like the eyeball of a monster that you've slain, and you're going to be grabbing like that weird fungus growing outside the back of your house. Like, you don't know what the ingredients do. The goal is to trial and error it. And so you make a list of ingredients, you create a joint completion and combustion tree, each possessing a number of nodes equal to the number of ingredients. So trees are clocks, they're talismans from like Cain. A tree is just, if it is a tree with 3 nodes, 3 successes completes the tree. It's a way of tracking success. Then you choose an available catalyst and a base to go in it. The catalyst is like your cauldron, the cast is your oven, your kiln, your pan, and then your base is what goes in that as a base. So for instance, water often goes in a cauldron. Flour might be going in an oven because you might be making magic edibles. You might be putting oil in a pan, and you're kind of like making an oil that you can apply to something. Then, once you choose your catalyst, you add a number of nodes to the combustion tree equal to the catalyst's durability. So the stronger your catalyst, the harder it is for it to blow up. Then you add enhancements to the base. Your enhancement is mostly going to be ether, just magic, mana, whatever it ends up being. And if it's not properly stored, you automatically increase the combustion tree by 1 because it's going to explode. But using alternatives will likely cause a fizzle. So if you substitute your like pure magic that you have and you try to use like, I don't know, blood or like gold flakes or something, maybe that will work. Probably not. We put oil on the pan. Well, only if the pan is okay with it. We burn some oil. We burn some candle wax on the pan, but only if they're all right with it. Add any number of ingredients, explaining what you intend for them to do and why that will work. Every ingredient increments the completion tree by 1. If adding ingredients with conflicting properties at the same time, increment the combustion tree by 2 for every conflicting ingredient added at the same time. So you can add in as many as you want. If you have 3 ingredients you want to add, you can throw in all 3, or you can just add 1. And if any of them added at the same time conflict, you're closer to exploding. But after you add in your ingredients, it always increments by 1 anyway. So the more like risky you want to be, the more you can just throw them in together and hope it doesn't explode. By the way, we've been up for another 1.5 hours since... No, I said I intended like, yeah, I'll probably go for like another half hour. It's been like an hour and a half. That's how this goes. My throat is kind of bothering me, and I do have videos I need to make. So I will be hopping off soon. But like, I want to finish this project now. I want to finish the elixirs. Then you repeat steps 5 to 6 over and over and over by adding more ingredients. And then once the completion tree completes, make a check. Any catalyst used in the process may count as an item to grant you bonuses. You gain a number of uses of the elixir equal to your successes rolled. Each elixir use takes up an item slot, which you usually have 3, but comes with its own storage for independent transportation. Ah yes, YouTube, the bane of streamers. It really is. I hope you eat and drink soon. I'm not gonna lie, I got really hungry like 3 hours ago, but now I just feel fine. Now I just feel totally normal. Elixirs rarely keep longer than 3 nights, or have effects lasting longer than a scene. I can delete that now. Making an elixir takes an entire scene or a passive time slot during travel. Some elixirs may take longer, but do not require active tending past that first scene or time slot. Generally, no individual elixir takes longer than a night. If you have made the exact same elixir before, using all the same ingredients and in the same catalyst, so everything's the same, or are actively being guided by another creature who has, you may automatically complete the completion tree at the GM's discretion. So if you've done this exactly before, you can just like skip from step 1 all the way to step 8. Because it's not a matter of discovery at that point, it's a matter of memorization. It's a matter of rote memorization. So the properties. This is where I kind of need help. An elixir's effects are entirely dependent on what ingredients are added. That inherently is an unknown in soft science, where word of mouth and alchemical elders are the best repositories of knowledge around. Every ingredient has between 1 to 3 properties and 0 to 2 properties it conflicts with. Most creatures are unaware of any ingredient's properties. It's up to the GM to determine what properties an ingredient has, and this is often based on the association or vibes an ingredient has. On the associations or vibes of it. Players may often suggest properties during the elixir creation process, which the GM should be open to being convinced of. The GM will always inform the players of which ingredients conflict with one another at the moment they come into conflict. Aside from that, it's entirely up to the players to discover and explore the alchemical properties of the world, and to remember them. Below are some example ingredients and properties associated with them. So like ground nevermole teeth. Properties: enhanced durability, burrowing, the duration of the elixir, but it conflicts with flight, speed. Screaming Thieverbeak. Properties: bravery, resilience, but it conflicts with stealth and intelligence. Swillowbee Pepper. It has properties of like cold resistance, elixir longevity, but it conflicts with heat resistance. So like none of these conflict with each other. So if you make a potion with Swillowbee Pepper and Screaming Thieverbeak, you take like a cauldron, you add water to it, you add some ether, you throw in a Screaming Thieverbeak and a Swillowbee Pepper, and suddenly you have a potion that might allow you to have like bravery and cold resistance. Or maybe it's just longevity of the potion with some bravery. Or maybe it's literally just like resilience and nothing else. That's the goal, right? It should be dependent on the ingredients used. The duration of those effects will not usually exceed a single scene. An elixir must often be used within 3 nights before it fizzles. Some ingredients may extend its duration by a scene or longevity by another night, with multiple extending it far longer. Adding multiple copies of the same ingredient will strengthen that ingredient's concentration in the elixir, but rarely has a drastic or compounding changes. One or more of the following's duration, depending on how many ingredients are used. So, and then it might like give you a bonus as if it was an item. It might treat an injury or injuries into wounds or heal wounds entirely. It might grant a temporary trait or abilities that mimic one. It might change the user's appearance, perhaps permanently. Any other narrative effect. It might substitute the need for eating or sleeping for that cycle. Right? Like, we can get crazy here. Like, who knows what these things can do? But if you fail your elixir, when an elixir combusts, you must make a payment. You forgot drinking? I mean, alcohol is separate from the elixir, right? Well, eat it. Energy consumption. I'll say, because, like, I don't draw a distinction between eating and drinking in the system. There's not like a thirst mechanic versus a hunger mechanic. There is an energy consumption mechanic, which is basically the same thing. Because again, this is Stone Age, magic is everywhere, evolution is actively trying to catch up. And so, you have situations where like, you just need to like photosynthesize and you're fine. Right? Like some animals just photosynthesize. Why not, right? Some have to decompose something, like mushrooms. So like, I want it to be kind of kooky crazy like that. A fizzled potion is ineffective in any ether and it fades. If the preparations are not followed through the entire process, the elixir will always fizzle. The elixir will also fizzle if a base is used and a catalyst does not support it, such as water in an oven. all elixirs fizzle once their longevity runs out. If not consumed, if not imbibed by the time their longevity runs out. Right, so it's just like combustion is, oh no, danger, bad, bah, and then fizzling is just, it's gone, right? So we now have an exploration system and an elixir system in our system, in our TTRPG that already has like crafting and already has like species creation. I now need to go back to my biomes and I need to add in a couple events for exploration. But aside from that, I think we're pogging. We kind of big chillin'. We kind of rocking it. And I think with that, I am going to send y'all over to Vivi because she's having an event today on Tabletop Sim. So if you don't know, Doc, Vivi, Leandra. What? Am I spelling her name wrong? I think I'm spelling her name wrong. Whoop. So, I'm gonna send y'all over to Vivi. She is a real-life scientist and also a mad scientist VTuber. She's currently celebrating 3 years of streaming and is on Tabletop Sim playing, looks like, Red Dragon Inn with some other people. So, like, your stupid idea of a system, Zoo fights phytozoans, mycozoans. Oh my gosh. We're not getting that minute. Yay! Docs Vivi! Yeah. So, I'm gonna send y'all over. Be sure to hit her with that arrow raid pog. And with the heart. Be aware. Tomorrow, it's not going to be the girlfriend video. I'm going to be releasing a different video because I am too busy. And then I'm going to be doing light content for the remainder of the week. And from that point, I'm going to be busy on Wednesday, so I will not be streaming. I will be streaming Friday like normal, and I'll be doing my normal Wednesday stream on Friday. Maybe I'll probably be kicking it back because I'll be coming in from a flight Thursday night. So actually, I'll see how I feel. I'll see how I feel when I make my schedule tomorrow. So like, be on the lookout. No stream Wednesday, tentative stream Friday, and then next Saturday I'm going to be playing Titanfall. So thank you so much. Oh yay, Doc Vivi. I thought you said Doxer, and I'm like, I'm not doxing her, I promise. Okay, have fun, take care, and enjoy. Have a lovely day, night, evening, whenever. Bye bye.